I swear there's go online button. It's shared with the break everything button. I'm convinced. I'm just convinced. It has to be the case. There's no other way. Everything would break. Every single time. Anyways. So. I have a bunch of stuff we can go over. I'm gonna see how much I'm in the mood to go over, and then we'll just go back into gaming again. I'm really seeing how much people are interested in the game part, because every time I switch over to gaming, everybody seems to leave, so. Everybody seems to like me ranting more. I'm gonna be playing some more of the Dragonsword, as you can see, they're online. They're on your screen, whatever. And, general gaming type stuff, per usual. I was not able to find out more information on what I was talking about yesterday. I'm not exactly surprised, but I'm disappointed. There was the thing where I think that some of the plans were released early. Most likely intentionally to sabotage what's going on in Iran. It would not surprise me in the slightest, but if I can't find more tangible proof, I'm really not going to talk about it too much. Because that'd just be done. That'd just be spreading more rumors, and we all got the rumors. We already know. So I'm not surprised. But, like I said, it's kind of annoying. I'd really like to be able to just talk about it. But without having more information, I just don't want to spread more rumors, make more guesses, and just be completely wrong. So, that said, which one do I have? Oh, yes. It was a video by Hirohe. And it is about legendary drops. And then we're going to have a legendary drops video after it. All of them are about the Hell World. And I was actually surprised that one that almost looks like he's talking about the video we're going to watch second. is about that video. So apparently it was like telling the future or something. I don't know. So it is 7 o'clock. Everybody who's going to be here is probably here. So we're just going to get started. But where is my button? But hopefully I had that in place. There we go. And let's rearrange some things here so I can see everything. Okay. Oops, wrong one. That's the one. Okay. Why is it cutting off the bottom? Everything else looks right. It looks like it's just the bottom and side. Okay. So, we're gonna go high class here. Like I said, it was the break everything button. It's possible I touched something, but I don't think so. Unlock for me. Thank you. Let me make it a little bit smaller. Not like that, but... This is high class. There we go. Okay. There we go. Good enough. And now I see Fergon followed me and then left, so thanks for the follow, but you won't hear this. So, Legendary Drops and Based Pal World Dev call out the games industry. I have not seen this except for the 14 seconds because it autoplayed. 3, 2, 1, go.
Absolutely based crossover here. We got Legendary Drops and Bucky from Pal World, and they're mocking the gaming journalists, calling out the corpos. We got Legendary Drops talking about the critic scores over on Metacritic, writing 13 reviews for Pal World after a month, 57 for Beast of Reincarnation after 2 days, 51 for Halo. Really shows where their loyalty lies. I get that it's a long game, but y'all are washed. Y'all are washed. For those that don't know where the critic score on Metacritic comes from, it's basically like a not amalgamation, but you could say that. It's like an aggregation of what they call their like curated sources, which includes their this is so funny.
That their best friends and their best friends get preferential treatment. They actually have a bigger effect on what the score is going to be as opposed to other people.
Quote unquote, like reputable outlets and reputable journalists, because gaming journalists and reputable, that's definitely not an
and no, they'll fall under the critics, but if a whole bunch of people who are not trusted vote down and one guy votes up, the game will be considered good. Why? Because it's their favorite people.
Oxymoron. And that's when head of publishing and communications for Pal World, Bucky, responds. And he says to Legendary Drops, I mean, to be fair, we didn't send out press keys in advance, and for sure the other games did. We weren't really thinking about critic reception at all, and we wanted the content of 1.0 to remain a secret and unspoiled right up to the release. So we kept it all pretty close to our chest. If we had gone the more traditional route and prioritized critic reception, which is a very valid to market a game in some cases.
Rarely, very, very rarely. I mean, if you're Ubisoft and you want to suck up to get more, reviews and stuff like that, or more favorable reviews, sure. But in general, no, not really.
Then we probably would have sent out press keys a month or so in advance. Pal World 1.0 was very much for the fans, not for the industry based. Just a different case is all. It's also like a game that requires a fairly significant time investment, so I can't fault media for not wanting to put the time in post-release. No harm. I was being a little bit too nice there, though. Maybe we'll try maybe we'll try play the press/media game a bit more in the future with Pal Farm or something. Don't.
Yeah, just don't do it. Just don't.
Why would you do that? It's honestly a side of the industry we aren't too experienced in. I just love the opening to this too, though. Like my favorite parts here is when he's like, "Yeah, we didn't even send press keys out to them." That's funny. And then saying, again, Power World 1.0 is for the fans, not for the industry. Like I said, that's based. But hopefully he doesn't start, or hopefully they don't start, like trying to get more involved with the gaming journalists out there. That would be a bad move. Legendary drops comments as well, saying, well, obviously by the outcome, you guys chose the right crowd to prioritize. Exactly. Yep. Great work all around. Not many games can get 300 hours out of me. And Bucky says, much appreciated, with a handshake. Let's check out these two responses. And then I want to go back to Metacritic. I saw some hilarious reviews I just want to laugh at the end real quick, but check these out first. Thank God we have developers like you guys who seemingly don't care about the press. I know you weren't thrashing them or trashing them, but I will. Game journos are a cancer, and how they do/do not feel about your game is irrelevant, as Palworld proves. The sooner we can let that industry die, the better. Then we got this one. It says, quote, maybe we'll try and play the press/media game a bit more in the future with Pal Farm or something. That part of the tweet that we read from Bucky. This guy saying, please don't. These people won't.
Yeah, exactly. Please don't.
Only play ball with you if they're able to insert themselves within your studio and destroy you from the inside with their vile subversions. They are a cult, and they do not want you to succeed. The further you distance yourselves from them, the better your product will remain, and the more us fans will praise you for it.
Yeah, because you're likely to alter your game. If you suddenly start getting good reviews, then that's kind of what we're going to assume you did.
Including with these subversives is the advertising. It shows to the gamers you're working.
And before anybody says, oh, well, no, yeah, that doesn't happen. I mean, just look at all the games where they have bad reviews. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's exactly what happened there. They were for the fans in the beginning, and then when the stuff started falling apart, you saw that they were making weird comments. You're like, you are satisfying the crowd that was never going to buy your game to begin with. And what are you thinking? And well, here we are.
For them, not cog in the struggle session machine. And that takes us back over to Metacritic and the two reviews that I mentioned that I thought were pretty hilarious. These are actually two user reviews. First,
yes, stolen designs, stolen ideas, and everything is buggy. What buggy? There was hardly anything that was buggy in like a week. Unoriginal husk, something. Very disappointing. Yeah, I doubt that is a real one. Because all of those are just... It was all stuff that was on X. I just severely doubt that was an actual player.
This one giving Palworld a 0, saying, stolen designs, stolen ideas, and everything is buggy. Unoriginal husk. Then they're all cussing and saying, very disappointing. And then this guy gives Palworld a 1, and this guy's definitely not Yami Yugi. He says, this is so funny, bro. Cruelty of every imaginable kind of animal. Cruelty of every imaginable kind to animals with no little to no meaningful consequences for it. Too grind heavy halfway through the game.
It's a survival game. It's not PETA. It's a survival game.
Bored after 7 to 8 hours and disgusted by what the game expects you to be okay with participating in. Was this made by...
You don't even have to do the slavery stuff. If you can get 7 to 8 hours in and hardly have any pals doing hardly anything at your base, do you have a problem with making your Pokemon fight each other? Because you can get 7 to 8 hours in and that's all you ever do with your pals.
Like PETA or something? Like, what are you even talking about? Animals? There's not even animals in the game. They're pals, and like... that's part of the joke. It is a little messed up. Some of it's actually really messed up. I'm not going to lie. Like the whole, butcher knife thing and all that.
Oh, yeah. God forbid you ever hears of factorial. Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a silly game These are not real. Like, what are you talking about? By the way, yeah, I noticed that I actually, like, misspoke reading this a little bit a couple times. My bad. I'm not going to re-record it, though. That would just take away the humor. I'm going to, like, have to react to it again. No, we're not going to do that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you guys have a lovely weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. And then we go to the actual Legendary Drops video. And
Can't find an official figure of your favorite character?
I was half.
why are you doing this? I must have hovered over the icon before and walked away. So it will do that. It will pick up where it left off when you were hovering your mouse cursor over the video. Okay.
Can't believe I have to do this. You would think that one of the most popular games in the last decade, a game that has broken sales records, that has become the second most played game in Steam history twice now, that is still averaging higher player counts than the vast majority of live service games, even some of those live service games combined, that is still in the top 10 most played games on Steam right now, even a month later. You would think that that would be the most widely discussed and widely celebrated game in the games industry, but it's not. That's right. Nobody has reviewed it. They
Come on, nobody. There's 13.
happily covered the controversies, the lawsuit, the plagiarism
Already.
accusations, all the drama surrounding the game. They had absolutely no problem with putting a permanent number attached to the game in early access, but they immediately fell silent the minute that this game finally made it to full release.
Yep.
And it's because they're embarrassed. They're afraid of what this game means. And they have
I think there's more they're afraid of what the game means because it's going to be anti the companies that are paying them, which are the Ubisofts and the EAs and stuff like that.
no idea why it's successful. Something that I think is honestly pretty obvious when you look at it, because we have an industry that has become so cynical with these $70 games that are adorned with microtransactions. All these self-serious Hollywood wannabe games that are out there, and a lot of game critics that wish that they were movie critics in a lot of cases, and a game that is priced in a way that basically anybody can afford, that's made in a way that anybody can play, and it's filling a void that AAA has left open for years. And I don't think people can stand it. So
They
today,
can't.
I'm going to do something that I have not done in a very long time. I'm going to review Power World because nobody else wanted to.
You don't have the same name across every platform. Okay.
The industry didn't want to. So I'm going to be talking about why one of the most popular games in the past decade is not being discussed. I'm going to talk about my experience playing the game with over 300 hours of experience playing it, and why so many people just don't seem to understand why it works. It's now been a month since Power
I can tell you exactly why it works, though. And they can't, which is the part that's a killer.
World reached 1.0, and a month later, it is still one of the top 3 most played games on Steam, regularly peaking at over 400,000 concurrent players on Steam. According to Analea Analytics, Power World has now sold more than 30 million copies worldwide and generated over $700 million in revenue, despite being developed for less than $7 million by a relatively unknown studio from Japan with amateur developers. The closest comparisons from the past decade are Cyberpunk 2077, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and Hogwarts Legacy, 4 of the biggest, most successful, and most widely discussed games in the industry. So you would think that Power World would be one of the most heavily covered games in existence. I mean, this is a genuine rags to riches story, an unknown studio that just made one of the biggest games of all time for practically peanuts. But it isn't. I didn't really notice this until I was streaming the other week, and I had realized that I hadn't seen anybody that was posting reviews for the finished game. So I went and looked, and sure enough, it appears like Games Media is just flat out refusing to review Power World. A month after release, it only has 13 critic reviews on Metacritic, with only IGN and VGC being the only 2 major outlets that bothered to cover it. OpenCritic has 30 reviews, but only 9 of them are actually from 2026. The rest are from 2024. Nearly every
the original release.
major outlet was willing to review this game and score Power World during its early access when it was unfinished, but almost none of them returned to update those scores when this game finally reached 1.0.
Yeah, because they wanted to announce the issues.
I just want to point out the absolute hypocrisy here. Notice how quickly these guys are to play favorites. When Bungie asked them to hold off their marathon reviews until more content was added, they waited and came back with glowing reviews. But when it comes to an unknown studio like Pocket Pair, they had no problem immediately handing an unfinished game a permanent score and never walking back. These people had absolutely no issue with covering the lawsuit with Nintendo, accusing the game of plagiarism or losing
Oh, yeah, and they would report on the same news twice.
their minds over the fact that Pocket Pair's CEO expressed any optimism over the potential uses of AI in game development. They spent 2 years dragging Palworld's name through the mud, but when it finally came time to evaluate the finished product, suddenly nobody could be bothered. And now you could say, oh, it's only been a month, maybe the reviews are coming. Okay, that's fine. So tell me exactly why Halo Campaign Evolved has 51 reviews when it released only a week ago. Tell me why Beast of Reincarnation has 67 reviews and it released only 2 days ago. This isn't a lack of time. It's AAA favoritism mixed with a media ecosystem that does not want to walk back what they had already said about Palworld. They sold this game down the river. They didn't want it to succeed. And now that it has, reviewing it honestly would require these guys to admit that they were wrong or reveal that they just aren't like us. And they don't like that we like something that they don't. And I'm not the one saying that. These guys said it themselves. Now, because they refused to move forward, I figured I'd go back to the past to meet them myself. And back in 2024, Chris Tapsell at Eurogamer had published an article titled, "Is Palworld actually any good? Of course not."
Yes, it is.
Where he had wrote, "It's difficult to know where to begin with games like this. How do you break it down into its constituent problems when they're eclipsed by its very nature as a cynical, precision reversed engineered machine designed to bottle your attention and refine it into concentrated cash?" He then went on to quote Pocket Pair CEO Takuro Mizobe, apparently as proof that Palworld is nothing more than a cynical cash grab, where Mizobe had said, "I have a deep-rooted desire for my work to be enjoyed by as many people as possible, and to
That's the entire point.
that end, if there are any good ideas out in the world, I pick them up. And I don't think that I need to be particular about originality. I want to make something less serious, or rather more easygoing. I think it's good to create something that way, like jumping on what's trendy." Oh no, how horrible. A CEO that's paying attention to what players enjoy, refusing to take games too seriously and trying to make something that's going to appeal to as many people as possible. What an absolute tragedy. How could anybody possibly see this as a bad thing? Especially the way that he worded things. Well, that's probably because the same writer that is criticizing Palworld is also the person that later ended up reviewing Mixtape and gave it a glowing review.
Yeah, that guy. Okay.
Telling readers to ignore what other people are saying online about it. And honestly, I don't think that
I knew I recognized that guy from somewhere.
there is a more damning example of just how disconnected they are. Games, media can sit around and they can endlessly find value in a game with zero gameplay, some theater kid level art project that's funded by the daughter of the richest man in the world, but they somehow cannot understand why millions of ordinary players would rather spend their time with something like Palworld. Tapsell will then go on to write, sorry, I gotta use the right voice for this. The real problem with Palworld is less the derivative approach than its total shamelessness. It might be oddly refreshing to be so open about your cynicism, but it also has an impact on the player. Play Palworld and you won't feel like you're playing something that was made with thought or craft or an earnest team's best intentions. You won't feel admiration or wonder. You won't feel any real sense of achievement. You won't feel like any artist was involved or anything meaningful might come to mind. You will instead feel like you're playing a product designed to be sold rather than played. You'll feel
Oh my god. That is insane.
like a mark, and you'll be right. Damn, I totally nailed that, by the way. I gotta get a job in voice acting. I covered this back when Palworld had first launched, but I don't think that I fully appreciated just how pretentious some of these writers are, or just how far they are willing to reach to misrepresent this game and try to shut it down. Of course, someone like this ended up loving Mixtape. It is the perfect game for writers that want to play art critic inside of an industry that is built around entertaining people. But as I said back then, and I'll say it again, you caught me. He was right. I did feel marked. I, along with apparently 30 million other people, felt like this game was aimed directly at me and injected straight into my bloodstream. What games media missed then and still
They're not gonna catch him like that.
refuse to reckon with now is that Palworld became this successful because it is a
There you
complete
go.
inversion of modern games and the modern games industry and every single thing that these writers want video games to become. This game does not take itself seriously. These developers don't take it seriously. Palworld technically has a story. I don't even know what it is, and I don't even care. This is a brain-off, fun-built game that is completely around the idea of just letting you play it. I mean,
And that's exactly what I want.
doesn't even tutorialize itself or force you into hours of exposition and dialogue just so these game writers can try to pontificate and indulge themselves like they're going to be the next Kojima or that they're writing the next Lord of the Rings. It's a game that just, it lets you play. In hindsight, it is just so funny to hear these people try to intellectualize a game like Palworld. It takes the friendly creature collector formula with the cutesy creatures that lets you force them into working in sweatshops. You can capture other trainers and balls and force them to work too. You can hand a monkey an AK-47, shove a penguin into a rocket launcher, and send an entire flock of self-destructing birds directly into your enemies. I mean, by the end of this game, you are
Nothing fucking makes sense, and it doesn't have to. It's just fun.
basically a Gundam. You're firing a grenade launcher into packs of adorable creatures, shooting lasers across the battlefield and using an array of drones to eviscerate multi-dimensional gods. None of it makes sense, and none of it has to. You don't need to intellectualize fun or what's interesting. Nobody needed an essay about the artistic intent trying to understand why a pixelated plumber was trying to throw fireballs and jump on turtles and why that was entertaining for people. You played it, it felt good, and you just wanted to keep playing it. That's why Mario is one of the most popular games in existence. This constant need to intellectualize everything is part of
But of course, using a Nintendo property to compare it to is great.
why the games industry is decayed into this self-serious Hollywood wannabe machine that's just wasting so much money and so much time. Palworld, in all of its stupidity and absurdity, it just feels like a return to normalcy. And players recognize that, and they connected with that. And I think that's the reason why so many of these people just never came back to review it. It's because they were just completely wrong about Palworld. It's a game that validates basically everything against what these guys want the industry to mean. It was made for a broad audience. It borrowed ideas that people already liked, that they knew people already liked. They prioritized gameplay over prestige, immediate fun over artistic self-importance, and they gave players an absurd amount of freedom without stopping every 10 minutes to explain why any of it was meaningful. To this
Doesn't have to be meaningful.
writer, that is
It just has to be fun.
proof of cynicism, which is just absolutely embarrassing. Wanting as many people to enjoy your game? Actually cynical. Paying attention to the most popular ideas and what people like? Actually cynical. Designing something
It just has to be fun. And if people find it fun, then it doesn't matter how cynical you think it is.
that people can lose hundreds of hours in and only charge them $30 for it. Surprising enough, yes, that's actually also cynical. And that actually might be the most revealing part of this entire article and honestly all the industry's coverage over
Yeah, it just means they're completely out of touch.
this game, because this isn't contempt for Palworld. It's contempt for the audience that enjoyed it. Because if 30
Right.
million people play something and we all enjoy it and your only explanation is that they were manipulated
They would have done that other review if 1.0 came out and it was like 100,000 users tops.
into liking it, you aren't trying to understand those people. You've already decided that their taste is beneath you.
That they're not rating the game, they're rating us.
I was half tempted to title this video Palworld is a Wake-Up Call Part 2 because that's exactly how special this game is. A throwback to a series that I used to do. Maybe I'll do again someday, maybe not. But that's really what this game is, at least in my eyes. And I think one of the reasons why Palworld is not being reviewed right now, I don't think it has anything to do with how long the game is or how stacked the release schedule is for how many games that are coming out. I think part of it's favoritism, but I think the other part of it is that it simply just makes a lot of people in games media, a lot of people in the industry, very uncomfortable because not understanding it, not understanding why people enjoy it, not being able to enjoy it yourself is a bit of a rude awakening to realize that the games industry might be headed in the wrong direction and has been for a really long time. And it also kind of goes to prove just how far disconnected you have become from the audience. Again, keep in mind, the active development for this game was $7 million for them to get to early access, probably less than $20 million for these guys to get to full release. And
That is absolutely crazy. So little money
I don't know how these guys can quantify it because they're looking at it. There's like no long exposition. It's not a high piece of art. It doesn't have a star-studded voice cast or anything like that. I'm sure this game has some executives' heads spinning right now because these guys are looking at it and they're saying, I just spent $300 to $400 million making this blockbuster game, and this game just ran laps around me multiple times by now. And they're like, how do you do this? How does
It's really simple. They listen to us, and you don't. That's it. That's the only difference. They don't listen to us.
something like this even happen? Most of these guys don't even have the ability to even make a game like this anymore because they fired those people a long time ago and replaced them with people that probably think the exact same way as many of these games journalists do right now. They probably have the exact same opinions, which says a lot about the games that we're seeing. It also makes a hell of a lot more sense when you think about it. Now, the real reason I was motivated to make this video wasn't just to criticize games journalists. I can do that all week, to be honest with you. What it is that I am sick and tired of these video game outlets going out and giving a score and reviewing early access games, never to return to them. I just don't think that it's fair. And while in some cases they do go back, in other cases, like with Power World, they don't. If that game does not align with them specifically, if that game does not meet up with their standards of what they think the games industry should be, if that game's audience is their internet enemy of the week, they have absolutely no problem judging that game for what it was when it first came out into early access and never returning to it. And I don't think that that's fair. So if nobody else wants to seriously review Power World, I will. I should probably preface this by saying that open world survival crafting games or anything that's adjacent to this genre, funny enough, is actually my specialty. They're not only the games that I tend to enjoy the most, but they're also the games that I've put the most time into. I've nearly 1,000 hours in Terraria, probably around the exact same for Minecraft. Hundreds of hours across Satisfactory, Valheim, Enshrouded, Core Keeper, Stardew Valley. Honestly, the list kind of goes on. V Rising, whatever else you want. I've already played most of them at this point. And now with more than 300 hours into Power World, I don't know, man. I just can't put this game down. It isn't perfect by any means, but a lot of its rough edges, honestly...
No, it's not. But it's fine.
...just become a part of its personality. And after playing as many survival games as I have over the years and putting in as many hours as I have, I genuinely think that Power World is not only going to go down as one of my favorite games in the genre, but honestly, one of my favorite games ever. This game, it just feels so good to play, and I cannot overstate how much that matters to me with almost every single game that I play. The controls are so tight, the movement feels responsive, the weapons feel good, and the commanding, mounting, or directly using your pals, it's almost always satisfying. I recently played a bit of Game Freak's Beast of Reincarnation. God, is that game terrible. And the camera was just so janky in that game. The movement was so uneven.
Yeah, I saw the reviews on that. I was disappointed.
Bouncing from platform to platform just felt so wonky, and
they're too used to making Pokemon.
Animations were just so poorly timed. It reminded me just how quickly all those small problems can just start ruining an experience for me and just make me just not care about it. Power World's tight controls directly lead into basically everything that you're feeling and learning about the game, and that's kind of what just opens it up for everything else. Like, that's why this stuff matters so much to me. I remember in the beginning of the game, I had caught a Tantarus pretty early on, and I spent hours using its slingshot to just snap myself across the map. It was so fun learning how to be able to mess with the physics that way. I was reaching places that I probably had no business going to and progressing way faster than I was probably supposed to, and man, that just feels really good. Power World is filled with moments like that. You try something.
Yeah, and then if you thought you cheesed your way through too much, you can just start another game.
You're immediately rewarded for it, and then suddenly you're off chasing the next creature, material, upgrade, quest, or stupid idea that you can come up with. And I think a lot of modern games get this wrong, and it's part of why so many of these games either fail or just become completely forgettable. These guys are constantly getting in their own way. They are stacking up these tiny annoyances, bad controls, lack of freedom, things that interrupt you with unnecessary pauses like dialogue or whatever else, or they're gating progression so heavily that you feel forced to play exactly how these developers intended instead of how you actually want to play. And a lot of that comes from ego and unskilled developers. The developers become so attached to how the game is supposed to play from their experience that they forget to just let you experience it yourself. And Power World, it just isn't that kind of game. That philosophy extends across almost everything and ultimately makes this game better. It doesn't get in its own way of fun, and I don't know, man. It just doesn't really take itself that seriously. Pocket Pair seems to have spent most of their time just building the things you would actually want to interact with, the things that actually make the game enjoyable, instead of just wasting your time polishing details that barely even matter to most people. I mean, they didn't even bother giving any of the creatures a proper death animation. They just turned into giant ragdoll balloons, immediately bouncing across the ground and rolling down.
Yeah, that is funny.
On a hill. Some writers have criticized Palworld for being rough around the edges and unfinished in some places, but honestly, a lot of those rough edges are exactly what are giving this game a lot.
That is true.
A lot of its personality. There are parts of this game that Pocket Pair either didn't know how to do something the conventional way or simply didn't care, and weirdly enough, sometimes it just makes the game better. The questing, I think, is a perfect example of this. They barely even
I think they could do something to make them look a little bit more dead. Hey, Lord.
tried to make it integral to the progression or to the game itself. The main quests are there to be able to point you in the direction that you need to go if you actually need the guidance, but you can basically ignore them entirely, wander off into the world, and still naturally progress through the entire game from start to
Not bad.
finish. And man, do
Hey, full band.
I love that, because instead of following quest markers the entire game, I was just exploring. I never needed to feel like I needed to do anything else. I just picked a direction, and then every new
I just randomly walked around.
area would give me a new reason to keep going, whether it was new creatures, a boss to fight, materials, dungeons, resources, or honestly just a completely different environment to be able to explore. So somehow they made a quest system that works for both the people that need direction while also at the exact same time being completely invisible to the people that don't. The creature diversity goes way deeper than I had expected, probably deeper than a lot of people have even scratched the surface of yet. Their abilities, passive traits, their work suitability, the different partner skills that create this insane number of combinations and ways for you to be able to experiment with the game. Some pals can craft, gather, farm, breed,
Nice base.
and automate something at your base. Others support very extremely specific combat builds that I haven't even seen yet. Again, I am so mad about how this game was framed by the media, especially for calling it cynical, when this is honestly one of the deepest and most complex creature collectors that I have ever played. I mean, you could have one pal just be your damage carry and then just surround it with creatures that boost its abilities, or you could run 4 Gobfins with Vanguard and then you just make yourself the damage dealer. For a while, I had built around Flarical's ability to be able to cause explosions after enemies were set on fire,
Yes.
dealing extra damage and also still setting them on fire. I
Nice.
then paired that with Renjishi, so then I could inflict burn myself with my own weapons, Kelpsy Ignis to increase all fire damage, and then Jormuntide Ignis to boost damage against burning enemies. Once I had that all together, dude, stuff just started melting. I can't actually wait to be able to put even more into some of this build, but I haven't even seen stuff like this yet. I think it's awesome how much this game actually supports that experimentation. It rarely locks you into just doing one thing. You don't even have to
And I think that's why it's successful. You can play it however the hell you feel like.
keep a flying pal on your team because they have the air jumps, and you can also build double jump builds for mounts that are just on the ground. You don't even have to basically even use your pals for fighting if you don't want to. You could build around them, you could fight alongside them, or you could just practically ignore it altogether. I mean, I've even watched somebody beat the entire game just using swords and no pals at all. That's what I really like about it. This game hands you systems, and it's asking you what you want to do with it instead of telling you this is the correct way to play. That freedom is basically the name of the game pretty much across the board at this point. The boss fights were another massive surprise for me, especially the later tower and raid bosses. I expected giant health bars and all-out brawls, and while some of that stuff definitely is still there, and you can totally just kind of bully your way through a lot of this stuff, the game does start to introduce actual mechanics. Panthalos could raise a massive tsunami that you either had to fly over or get swept away by. It had other AoEs and other abilities that you had to watch
Well, that's huge.
out for. Other bosses would cover the ground in patterns, so you had to actually watch your positioning. Every single time I thought that I understood
Holy
Palworld's
crap.
limits, this game would just throw another curveball at me. Every single system would lead to another system. Every time I thought that I'd reached the bottom of something, I just found another layer. Palworld feels endless to me because there's always another creature, build, machine, strategy, or completely ridiculous idea that's waiting for me. And it honestly made this game impossible to put down. It's just so damn fun to play. But that doesn't mean that the game is without flaws.
Yeah, see, I think I'm going to start playing some more of the game here again. On my own.
Now, for as good as Palworld is and how good the controls actually feel, the collision geometry is still an absolute
Oh, yes, yes, that is true.
Absolute mess. I get caught on something that I can't even
Yep.
see. I fail to be able to step over an object that's barely over ankle height, or sometimes I'll get caught climbing on invisible walls and then get stuck on those as well. The camera can also break and kind of lose itself during certain fights or getting hit by specific attacks, leaving me just kind of staring into the ground or fighting to see what's actually happening. Now, none of this stuff is game breaking, but I'm going to tell you what, it is really frustrating. And after a while, it does start pulling you out of the experience. I definitely had that problem a little bit. Pocket Pair might still be a small studio, and this definitely actually isn't their first game. But, after all the money that they've made making Power World, I think it's fair to be able to expect that some of this very basic jank should get cleaned up. Now,
Yeah, I think that's fair too.
biggest issue with the game, honestly, really my only issue with the game, the camera stuff is more of an annoyance, but honestly, the end game, especially the world tree, is just obnoxious to me. I love the area itself, don't get me wrong. I love the variety of taking the larger world and then compressing it into this smaller, more dense map. The creature selection is really great. The boss fights are a lot of fun, and the modified Pal Gauntlet is actually one of my favorite encounters in the game outside of like Panthalis in the final fight, but the progression in this area is honestly just lame. I don't know what these guys were thinking here. You spend a lot of time just nuking creatures for salvage parts and feeding those parts into a machine and then hoping RNG is going to give you what you need. And at the exact same time, you're constantly farming to craft AI cores just to make basic upgrades to get into the final tier. And for such a great looking area, there just isn't enough meaningful stuff to do here. You don't really get to use it all that much. Raid bosses, hard mode, and the end game stuff in general is just really my biggest problem with the game. Eventually, you stop leveling. You don't really need to catch 5 of every new pal anymore because it's not really worthwhile, not unless you're trying to breed. Exploration then loses its purpose. You don't really need to go looking for anything else. Progression stalls out, and the only real path forward that you have is endless min-max breeding to chase the perfect passives and stats while mindlessly farming the exact same areas, hoping for schematics to drop so you can get duplicates of them to make better armor. Worse
Yeah, see, I haven't gotten to that point yet.
than that, the freedom that I love throughout the rest of the game starts disappearing. And this is probably the part that really annoys me the most. I go from using creatures that I like to building around whatever strategy can actually survive the absurd health and damage of a lot of these creatures. Now, I don't mind the hardest content in the entire game requiring preparation or optimized teams or a little bit of grinding. It should have some of that stuff, but I wish it leaned a little bit more on skill, positioning, mechanics, and smart team building instead of just brute force stat checks. And that's where I land with Power World. It's flawed, sometimes janky, and the end game loses some of the freedom that makes the rest of the game and the rest of the experience feel so special, but Pocket Pair still has some work to do, work that I still think that they're going to do, and honestly, none of that
I mean, after 300 hours in the game, no. I'd say that's pretty damn good.
changes what this game gets right. It trusts me to be able to find my own fun. It gives me a world full of systems, creatures, weapons, and ways to be able to play. The game gets out of its own way and just lets me decide what I want to do while I'm playing it. And I think that's what the media missed here. And it's really sad that they did. They were so focused on what Pal World represented to them, where its ideas had came from and what kind of people enjoyed it, that they never seriously engaged with why the game worked. Popularity doesn't automatically make something good, and Power World deserves honest criticism, but it also deserved an honest review. Beneath all the controversy is a game that understands something that the rest of the industry has increasingly forgotten. Sometimes people just want to play. Sometimes people just want to have fun. And after more than 300 hours, I still don't want to stop. I love this game, man. I really
And so he's going to still come back to it. That's good.
do. There's just something special about it. And while I've listed a bunch of things that I really liked about the game, there's also some like intangible stuff that I can't really explain that keeps me coming back to it. Part of it's just the game's personality. It's the way the creatures look. It's how they, just turn into rolling balls when they die. It's just the some of the unfinished stuff or some of the crude humor or whatever it might be. It just keeps me coming back to it. And, another part of it is that the game just largely just laughs in the face of modern game design. And I love that so much. And I wish that more people in the games industry would put themselves aside and just look at the game a little bit more thoroughly and give the game more of a shot, because they could probably learn a lot from it. I think the games industry needs to move in the direction of games like Power World and go back to just worrying about being fun and not really worrying about what other people think about you. But the only thing that really keeps me from saying that Power World is like my favorite game of the genre, or could be my favorite game of the genre, is that it doesn't really have that much replayability. At least I'm not seeing it having that much, not unless I played it with other people or something like that. You know, a game like Terraria, the reason why I keep coming back to it year after year after, I'm literally going to be playing it right after I finish this video. The reason I keep coming back to it is because every single time I play it, it feels dramatically different every time I do. And it's because there's different builds that you can take, and those builds require a lot of dedication to be able to get all the pieces for and progress all the way through. A lot of things require, I don't know, it's hard to explain in a video. You know if you know in a lot of cases. But Power World doesn't really have that because you're not really locked to building around certain creatures. You're not locked to building around certain gear and presets and stuff like that. And that's really good. It gives you a lot of freedom to be able to do whatever you want, but it also takes away some of the feel of being able to, you know, have a different progression path when you go to play it a second time. It's a game that you're going to come back to play if you're going to be playing with other people, or if they add more content, and chances are with Power World, they're going to be definitely adding more content. If I had to say there was anything that I wish I could see in the future for Power World, I definitely think it needs evolutions or fusions. One of the two. Like, whether they do the traditional, you know, evolutions that you see with like Digimon or Pokemon or something like that, I want to see some visual progression of my pals in the game, and that visual, like, show of power is really cool, and it's one of the most attractive parts of those games, and I hope that that ends up coming to this game. And with the creature designs that they already have and how ridiculous they kind of get with some of this stuff, I definitely kind of feel like fusions is the best way for them to be able to go, and you could really get some cool stuff going on with that. But, you know, I said this again in like the media breakdown part of it and my media take with it, but I think like one of the things that really upsets me with this game is the fact that it just did not get a fair shake. And it goes to show just how unfairly some of these games can be treated by the wider industry. And it really worries me for indie studios, and
But that's why I hate the industry so much.
Really worries me for early access games, because while these guys...
And I blame companies like Ubisoft and stuff like that for this type of thing.
Will sometimes go back to change their scores with some games. We've already seen that they don't want to do it with others, and if those games do not align with them or their goals or their narrative or whatever it is, they're not going to give it a fair shake. So I think it's incredibly important that you guys support the games that you love, especially when...
I mean, how many of those articles shitting on Power World exist because Nintendo said, if you want our next game, you shit on this one. You talk about how illegal this game is. You talk about the news about this game, or you don't get the next Mario when it comes out.
When it comes to Little Guy. We made this one impossible to ignore. That might not be true for the next one. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We are actually almost at 500,000 subscribers, which I don't want to go on some long tirade. I might just make a video talking about it or something like that. It's absolutely insane. I don't think that I deserve it. I don't understand why people watch me. I'm like, I just turn on the camera and start talking some days and people watch it. I mean, thanks. I really appreciate it. I really love the support, man. I can't really explain it. It's a weird thing.
A lot of us feel that way.
I'm going to tell you that right now. It's definitely not where I expected my life to go, but I'm grateful. That's all I can say. So cheers to 500K. I guess I'll make a video talking about it when it actually happens. And thank you guys for everything. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace.
Family. 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 I just have to. Now, we're going to go from the games industry to the movie industry. And how The Dark Knight apologizes. Christopher Nolan was grilled over his modern Hollywood view of heroism. I'm like, oh, this has got to be a disaster. I want to see this. And then I was like, you know what? I think we're going to watch it with everybody else. And this is from a longer live stream. It is in the, not comment area. Whatever. It is in the description area. And it's The Dark Knight apologizes. Christopher Nolan grilled over his modern view, Hollywood view of heroism.
Erotic.com. Do we want to talk about Emily Wilson one more time? Because she is not done. She's on a tirade. Maybe she's a little mad because her name was invoked a lot by me and a lot of other people. And disprove.
How is that thing allowed?
She's slamming the Odyssey still. This time for I think it's a better conversation is how Hollywood sees feminism as opposed to how the intersectional feminist sees feminism, because those are two different things. Because Hollywood's generally dumb, right? Not saying the intersectional feminist is smart, a little more clever, I'll say. I'll give him a little more somewhat respect there. But the Odyssey translator, Emily Wilson, doubles down against Nolan's emotionally empty movie. We need art that is truthful about the necessity of compassion. Compassion. Was she being
Or truthful to the source?
compassionate, Disbrew, when she wanted to make sure that those ladies of the evening got raped?
Well, this is it's like one of the things that Nolan, so she actually said that during her translation, she wasn't going to change the events. Hers was more like, I'm going to change the odd word to reframe the event the way I want. Whereas Nolan just entirely cut things out. So for her message that she wanted to get across, those events needed to be in the movie. And so by him making everything like the way he did, going into a far more modern thing of like, we can't have heroes anymore, it kind of ruined what she liked about it. That first review that she did, she goes into way more depth than I ever expected her to do.
Yeah.
And she only, her silence would have only benefited her. She said her translation's been flying off the shelf. So it's kind of interesting she decided to take this tactic.
Yeah, it's like you've got someone who's under a lot of fire for changes they've made, who's now calling out somebody who's made crazy changes as well. And, you know, I think there are probably some small things in there that she may have appreciated, the way that he made all these women. Basically, every woman had some sort of victimhood story or whatever. But the problem is the main character is Odysseus, and they completely and totally changed his entire personality, everything that drives him. It is not the same story. It is Odyssey for like a postmodern world. And regardless of what you think of the film as a film itself, like trying to take away the adaptation judgment, for anybody that is familiar with the adaptation and cares, it's really tough to remove that from everything. And I don't even understand.
Then that movie would have driven me crazy.
Because people talk about the third act a lot, and yeah, I actually think that there's some good stuff in the third act, but it doesn't jive with the message of the rest of the movie, which is men are violent and terrible and slaughter people, and that's a bad thing. By the way, to fix everything, I'm gonna fucking trick and kill and slaughter people. You know, like it makes absolutely zero sense based on the messaging they give you about Odysseus through the entire thing. And I think it does feel emotionally empty. I agree with that.
It's Daniel Mendelsohn, one of the other translators, in his review said, though, that a lot of people that adapt this, one of the issues they have is that the messages are so, like the ancient messages, are so ingrained in the story, in the main events, that you are dealing with sort of archaic, as he called it, values that you just can't remove. Like, unless you are just going to mean, oh, he just has a tea party with the suitors. He's going to have to slaughter them. And so Nolan tried to put in a message that would reinterpret it, and Wilson was, I do think her way was more intelligent and subtle, rather than just taking a sledgehammer to it, which is what I feel like the movie tried.
And succeeded, in my opinion. A movie that passed $1 billion, by the way, yesterday or today.
With internationals that have not been fully updated on the numbers.com, that's what pushed it over the finish line, or not finish line, because it's still going to make a lot more money, but pushed it over the $1 billion mark. And the most important thing of all, though, is, guys, it finally made profit. It's finally profitable.
It's good. Listen,
Nolan's walking away about $100 million at this
He's
point.
He's going to be right. This thing's going to make $1.5 billion. I think it makes $1.5 billion.
I think that might be a touch high, but I mean, it could be.
It could.
1.2 to 1.4 is what I think.
checked the IMAX screens.
I was thinking 1.2.
Now, this is before Friday, before a couple, I guess, got removed for Spider-Man. They're still sold out. Like, completely sold out. It's purely anecdotal, but it was like random time at Saturday in the morning. It was sold out.
It's kind of crazy how well it did last weekend and throughout the week when it's going up against crazy shit with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know?
Like unheard of ticket sales. So yeah, she is basically calling it emotionally empty. Now, Nolan did a interview for China, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Where the first question that was asked of him is, or I don't know if it's the first, but essentially, are you the bard of the fall of? And they left out the term Western but they wanted to say it. Are you the bard of during the end of civilization, but Western civilization? Which, as we talked about before the show, totally fucking normal question for the Chinese Communist Party to ask Nolan.
Yeah.
And his answers were interesting. He also gets into
The reason why is because people are pointing out to sold out, but they're pointing to like IMAX theaters, which do have a limited amount of actual screens. From the way that we talk about IMAX theaters, you'd actually think there were a lot more screens than we actually have. We do not have that many. And so there are empty theaters, but not empty IMAX theaters. And IMAX is just completely selling out. And they lost a bunch of IMAX theaters to Spider-Man specifically.
Amateur critics, and how we have a big problem with
That they lost it to Spider-Man this week.
the amateur critics, which are people who watched the movie and gave their opinion. Those amateur critics of people who watched the movie and gave their opinion.
We only want critics that agree with everything we do.
Well,
Indeed.
well, I don't know if you want to find that video.
It was a really interesting interview, largely because not only did it contrast the quality of interview questions. So you have her asking insightful questions that didn't really get answered at all by Nolan, but then you immediately cut to Jimmy Kimmel doing beer pong when he's talking to various other people. And I think a lot of people did they wanted more depth. Like, she was trying to draw out answers to him, and he was just kind of giving the same stock responses he'd been given the entire time. And either he didn't understand the questions or he didn't have answers for them, but there were
I think he didn't have answers for them. And so he was dodging.
several interesting things, especially about heroism and how he saw it. He also kind of admitted that this was just bringing on, he was Oppenheimer 2, essentially, at one point, that he was bringing the same things that he learned from there into this movie, which I don't think you should do. Like, this isn't that kind of adaptation.
No. So was it her who asked him if this was a Christian movie, if there was Christian messaging in it?
Yeah, because she asked him about it. I don't think it was repentance, but it was something about that.
Part of that is his fault. Because I forget what movie it was. Maybe it was even this one. The entire staff had to watch Passion of the Christ. And people remember that. He made them all do that. And so they're applying it to this. And I was thinking Passion of the Christ was subjected to everybody during Oppenheimer, not this one, but I won't swear to it. But in general, he forces his entire staff to sit down and watch a certain movie with the idea that, and these are the messages that are going to be in this movie, without actually saying it like that.
I got the clip, but I don't have the clip. I have the interview, but it's 17 minutes long.
Yeah,
that's a little much.
That's a little much. So we just talked.
So are people just saying, well, he's feeling guilty, which means clearly it's a Christian movie? Is that what's supposed to come from that? He's feeling guilty.
Non-Christians ever not felt guilty before somehow.
I know.
It's a
That
lot
is
about
the domain of Christianity, to feel guilty.
Yeah.
Nobody else
like,
does.
We might have like a, the ownership of guilt, like as far as like the fullness of it, but
I think her question with that is because she asked him a question the first time and he didn't answer it, so she tried to rephrase it to draw out the answer again, and he also misses that point as well. If we're not going to watch it, one of the most interesting things when she's on about like heroism, why in Hollywood do we now have to apologize for being great? Which is very interesting because you don't have heroes anymore. And I've before said it was about like equality. If you want everyone to be like, heroes are superior to everyone else because they're the only person doing the action. And he said, basically blamed it on the audience, that the audience will not accept heroism because they all want to believe in equality, and therefore if a man is better than everyone else, he has to apologize for it and essentially drag himself down to everyone else's level.
Unless you're Christopher Nolan.
Horseshit. That is, what a disgusting
complete horseshit.
philosophy and view on things.
Maybe you could find the video on YouTube and look at transcript.
So this is why he couldn't have Odysseus be the man from the actual poem, because he was better than everyone else. He was trying to do everything else. Because the moment you like, well, Odysseus isn't better than his crew, it's like, well, why is he the leader then?
Yeah.
Like anyone
Yeah, that's the point.
else could have just taken the same role. Obviously, some people have to be.
And he is better than his crew.
Well, yeah,
He is.
Well, it's just
And he fucking knows it.
It's just a fundamental lie that everyone is equal and no one is better at certain things than other things.
Yep.
But-
So it is supposedly at the very beginning of this. So
Hello, Mr. Nolan.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Well, not the heroism
filmmakers
one.
are bards of the modern age, just like the Greeks know of Odysseus, Achilles, Agamemnon because of Homer's narratives. We know of the Batman, the Joker, and Oppenheimer because of your narratives. And Homer tells
Oh wait, can we
stories
pause
of
that right
Yeah,
there?
can we pause that right there?
That's a really good spot because that's the point.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying
Right.
for all these weeks. It's like you may love the movie, you may not like the movie. Maybe it's a 5 out of 10. It's making all this money. People are going to think they have a grasp on the Odyssey because they saw this Nolan movie.
Boom.
That was it.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
Nolan said that. He says that he sees movies as essentially like cultural foundations that everything else is built upon. And so when he makes a movie, he sees that as a legacy that will then go forth and change the future. It is that kind of egotism.
Humble.
Well, yeah, the guy that believes in equality and no one's better than anyone else, but he comes out with stuff.
Yeah, how many people are going to watch the Odyssey instead of reading the Odyssey? That's basically what they're arguing. And that's kind of important in this case because it is so foundational.
And we know about Batman and the Joker
This
from
is.
Christopher fucking Nolan.
There is no more adaptation. Adaptation is dead. It is all about replacement.
Replacement. Yep.
Everything is replacement.
100%. And well, we've seen all the evidence for it that we need to see.
you too. The Trojan War happened between 12th to 11th century BC, but Homer lived in the 8th century BC, so that's a long time ago. But Homer's time was a time of rise. It was a time of civilizational rise. The Greeks were prospering as a culture. The economy, the books, the thinking, everything is on the rise.
I'd be saying, aren't I
years.
supposed to be talking to you? Why the fuck are you saying that?
I just appreciate the fact that she said BC and not the nonsense of BCE that's being pushed in academia.
But
She doesn't care because she's trying to frame the question of Western civilization is fucking dying, and here we are.
But it is an interesting, different style. Like she got 17 minutes without having to entertain an audience or anything else, and she's just like, "I'm going to ask interesting questions."
Yeah.
Until the 5th century BC. So Homer's tone was celebratory. It was victorious. He celebrates the victory of the war, and your tone is emphatically not. So I guess my first question is, does that say something about our age? Are you a bard for a civilization at dusk?
Oh my God.
Wow.
Civilization.
Nice. Wow, that was a setup. Okay.
Yeah,
With the
that being Western.
subtext there, just the scathing. Yours is like definitively not. I can't remember exactly what she said, but that was just like a knife into the heart of the issue of the Odyssey. And
And look, it's one of the things we said when we did the very first review. Like, one of the things that bothered me was all women have been victimized in some extent, and all men are actually just like violent savages who had to be held back from their worst impulses, or else they would cause the downfall of civilization, right? And look, I think you can make comments about that, and I think everybody in general should probably strive to be better at the way you live life, all this stuff. But that was the message of this movie.
Yes.
And you're taking it from a story that's been around for thousands and thousands of years, that is completely different context, and this is how you're trying to frame this. And the fact that she asked that question is wild.
It is crazy.
And his reaction, dude. Did he not know?
Bard for a Civilization at Dusk is one of the greatest titles ever.
There's only one.
It is. That was a great line. And I think that's what made this setup so great.
And it is. For one, you're right. That's an album.
Yeah, that's an album.
Yes.
But what she really meant is Western civilization at dusk.
Yeah.
Well, she said a civilization, which you can apply it to Western
so that's
civilization.
good. You're right.
The framing of it is great too, because you're talking about it's a double-handed, because you're talking about the movie. You're also
you're talking about
we know
this
you.
is incredible.
We know you because you've done all these great things, and it's so amazing. And here's a little bit of history of the actual story itself. Yours isn't that.
Compare this question to Mark Malkin. Is this the gayest Odyssey ever?
Is this the gayest fall of Western civilization?
That is essentially the entire.
That guy is so annoying. remember right, he's from Variety.
Interview. It is her asking insightful questions.
And the answer is yes.
Like him not understanding
the fellatio of Western civilization.
And her just re-asking the same question in a different way to desperately try and get an answer from him.
I love it.
And then blames the audience.
Good pun, by the way.
Civilization at dusk.
you.
I think it's a really interesting point, a really interesting question. I mean, underlying the main point is this 400-year or so gap between the events that Homer is describing and when Homer's story was written down or first received by readers and audiences. That's a pretty interesting gap. And for me, I don't think I'm completely at odds with the way Homer's telling the story when you look at it from a sort of historical perspective. And the reason is, and what I got interested in, as I adapted it, is that Homer's writing about an era before his. He's writing about an era hundreds of years before.
And I'm talking about modern day.
His audience viewed as
But
being more.
he is dodging or missing the point.
He's dodging.
I don't think he missed the point at all. I think he probably took the end of civilization thing to heart.
Nolan's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You wouldn't get
He's
that
not
from this
stupid.
interview. This interview makes him look not very smart at all. Like he just can't. He actually can't talk about the things on her level. Is the way it comes across.
Interesting.
Also, because he's also glossing over something pretty important, which is that at that time in history, memory was so much vaster than what it is today. People could memorize entire books. People could memorize all their histories. And so the fact that he's trying to almost make the argument of 400 years had passed by, and so when he's starting to write it versus when it actually happened, again, it just seems like he's trying to use that as an excuse to say, well, that's the changes that I made was because I was trying to base it off of the actual history instead of.
Well, he's addressing the context of her question, not her question. Her question was, why is your movie so nihilistic and crap? Is that an admission that your civilization sucks and you hate it? And then it's like, oh, let me address the thing about Homer and the difference of, periodization. Yeah, and so, again, this is not even the point.
That's why she comes back and she has to be more blunt with him. Of no, why are you apologizing for heroes? This is the whole thing. Why can't you celebrate greatness anymore?
Well, and those times, as you guys know, Odin knows, that there were, I don't want to say priests, but there were people dedicated to oral history. Like that's all they did was remember stories that were passed down word for word. And it had to be word for word. And that's how this story got passed down to Homer. Homer didn't come up with the story.
No, he didn't.
No.
But the one thing with oral tradition is that stories do.
He just
evolve over
novelized
time.
it.
They do, but they
basically.
I mean, if you want to get to Plato and Atlantis, they really make a point in that to say, well, we tried to keep this as pure and well as a good of a retelling as possible, right? Knowing that even thousands of years, but they knew even Native Americans, that was really important for them to remember tales word for word because they knew shit got added over years and years, and they wanted to keep.
And that's also why bards would make them in a song. It was really easy to pass on, and it was really hard to alter.
Keep the core of that story there. We don't care about this. Nolan doesn't care about this. Nolan created a different story for the Odyssey. And it's the first, as you guys say, it's the first big budget adaptation. It's doing really well, guys. Fucking kicking ass at the box office. Totally not a flop. That's great. Problem is,
because I wasn't sure because how they overspent.
Is now this is everybody's Odyssey, and I will stick to what I said in my first video. This is Nolan reinforcing the ideals of Hollywood.
Yeah,
100%.
And he has gotten away with successful cultural vandalism at a very pernicious and disgusting level, right? He's succeeded in doing it, but he's like trash, take a steaming dump on something that's actually very important. Okay.
Well, yeah, and then there is two.
I think people are forgetting how important this story is.
Ways to look at the movie. Again, we've said it before, kind of went over it a lot on our, but it is, you can look at it. It's a horrible adaptation and a really mid movie. If you just forget everything about the adaptation and look at it as a movie, it's there.
And that's why I think they're doing so well in IMAX because it's fun to look at. Is the story great? No. Is it fun to look at on a massive screen? That's something that you can't do at home? Yes. Because those effects look awesome. And that is where it's making its money, which is fine. I watch so many movies. I've watched so many bad movies. I mean, just look at Real Genius. All right, an old Val Kilmer movie. I love that movie. That movie is probably really hot garbage, but it's a lot of fun to watch. Just for what it is. What? Would you go to a theater to watch it? Oh, hell no. This is the opposite. This one is, I want to see big explosions on the big screen, but when it comes to TV, I probably won't watch it. So it's the same thing, but the opposite. To where it's worth it for the spectacle, and that's not new to Hollywood either. There's another movie that did extremely well that is not doing well at home, and that is Endgame. Endgame did really, really well in the theaters. Part of it, I know, is because it's part 2, but it's also because of the history and so many special effects. People wanted to see the spectacle. And then when they got home, they remembered the spectacle. Okay? So the movie was still fine. And then they thought about it later. And that's where a lot of people are lost. All of a sudden, they're like, you know what? There wasn't really much in here. And on the small screen, it's not that great anymore, special effects wise. So I was mesmerized by the massive screen and the big booms. And that happens with a lot of movies. Lots and lots of movies. I mean, think also the old Independence Day. Terrible movie. Horrible movie. But it was fun on a big screen. And I have watched it on a small screen a couple times. Not the same. Not at all the same. It was fun because it was on a massive screen. It is something that I will never be able to do with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, if we're going to go with aliens again. If you don't want to go with aliens, it's something I will never be able to do with Alien or Predator. As too young when those came out. I can't do it with the original Star Wars movies. I wasn't born yet before one of them. So, there's something about being able to see it on a big screen that just hit perfect with this movie.
But a lot of people love it. A lot of people like to watch it, as Platoon says, on the square.
But I think it's more of a lot of people wanted to see it in the same way that Avatar happened. I mean, we were talking about before. I think that was
yes.
I think Ryan said it. That was a good point. Like, it is going to be like Avatar.
Avatar's another one. That was a good example. I didn't think of that. A lot of people will go to the theater, watch the Avatar, leave the theater, and not be able to tell you what it's about. They simply do not retain that. It was just there for the spectacle.
Everybody's you just spent a year telling everybody, you got to see this movie in IMAX. This movie's made for IMAX.
70 millimeter.
70 millimeter. You got to get.
There's only 300 screens in the country.
Get your tickets early.
Yeah, there you go. 300 screens in the country.
Entirely in
It's
IMAX.
selling for $500 resale tickets on eBay. Like, this was a cultural
sold mine, by the way.
Yes.
milestone. It was a big deal, but I don't see anybody really talking about the context of the movie. I think you're there for the cinematic part, but the actual
TikTok
story, they're doing TikToks, but that's about it. And that doesn't have the staying power in the culture as much as they want.
Correct.
The damage is done, however, because now people are walking away thinking, oh, wow, that was the Odyssey. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it was. Wow, that wasn't as good as everybody made it.
And then they
made
get
it out
home and
to
they
be.
buy Emily Wilson's translation.
Right.
Nice, exactly.
Damn.
And they're like, wow, it doesn't even match this shit.
Yeah.
You know, in the same way that you know people are going to see the James Gunn Superman, or kids will see James Gunn Superman and be like, that's Superman.
Yeah.
Why is everybody talking about, why is there so much excitement on Superman? People are seeing this.
Isn't that the guy that did Scooby-Doo? Yeah.
It's the same thing here. It's like the Odyssey. This was a big deal for thousands of years. Why should we care about that? Like Harry Potter
I am afraid something like that might happen.
on HBO might be better, but that's going to have the same problem. It's replacing the movies.
That's next.
Same problem.
That's next.
Are we going to treat greatness as an absolute, or coming from a democratic, coming from a more idealized philosophical state that we live in today's world, where we want to view people as equal? Do we have to apologize for that greatness? And the answer is yes, we do, or the audience rejects the greatness. And
That's
that is
bullshit.
part of the mechanism.
What?
Once again,
So he's
Wait,
talking about
what?
critics right here. So right here he's talking about critics
Yeah.
and the problem with amateur critics.
So he does that same thing and do two different questions.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah, so this is specific because she keeps coming back to why do we have to apologize for being better than other people?
Oh, so he's using the same fucking answer?
He keeps talking about mechanisms a lot in the interview.
The mechanism.
But this is specifically about apologizing for heroism, and he says it's because the audience will reject it because they believe in equality.
Top Gun Maverick.
That is
Top
such
Gun
crap. It is
Maverick.
bullcrap. It's untrue. People love heroes. They inspire
Yes.
us to be better. This subversive commie bullcrap that is spitting is the most disgusting nonsense ever. And it's trying to say, this is just the world. This is what people expect. No,
And
that's
it's a
what
win.
the
This is a
bubble
win
being
for them
telling you.
because then it proves his point. It made $1.2 billion, right? Like, oh, of course, the audience do reject heroism. They do embrace when you question all that, and should be really sad about.
If you're purely looking at numbers like Rob Liefeld,
Don't you think it's odd? And so it is literally in this that the reason why he destroyed Odysseus is because otherwise he blames the audience. So it's not my decision. I was forced into it. I had to destroy the original poem because you just wouldn't like it.
this audience will not accept heroism because they don't want to feel less than while they're watching a movie. Don't watch a fucking movie.
I actually think it's a huge self-report in Hollywood that they look at other people and it makes them feel less. Like if someone is better than them, it actually makes them feel insecure and they have a chip on their shoulder about it.
Oh yeah,
They think everyone else does.
You're not
always been like that.
inspired. You're not inspired by greatness. You're not inspired by
Don't we think
heroes. Like
it's a little odd that everything is going morally gray
Mm.
at the same time?
Yeah.
Ain't that a little odd? A little fun. We got it with the X-Men. We got it with the Odyssey, which is both of those are replacements. You know, we're hearing that things are going to be a little bit like that with the Harry Potter show coming up. We got that with
Yeah.
Rings of Power.
How
you know,
much are they going to be pushing that morally gray and Harry Potter?
That's
That'll
right.
Be interesting.
That's right. Everything is going morally gray, and yet every time we see morally gray, we get Jean Grey, who's a terrorist.
Yes.
There is no morally gray. Hollywood doesn't know how to tell morally gray. They just tell bad guys.
Well-
because the Odysseus in this movie is framed to be a bad guy that feels bad about being a bad guy.
Did we find the heroism part of that, or is this his response? Disparate.
That was heroism.
Okay.
It was like the people have to apologize for being better than other people. Is essentially the question was about heroism and
Okay.
apologizing for greatness.
That's fucking insane.
It is literally if you're good at something, you have to feel guilty over it. Is essentially
That's a retard take.
valid or shouldn't be used.
Yes,
And
it
so
is.
for me, as we talk about it, this is none of these things are things that I try to be conscious of when I'm writing or self-conscious of. But as we talk about it, what of course we realize is that my attempt to do that is to retain it within the philosophical surrounding of the breaking of Xenia that I have found interesting in the story. So I'm trying to be true to the thematics of the story as I create a character that the audience can invest
That I found interesting in the story.
Yeah. But again, he's blaming. So
thinking-
she's like, "Why did you destroy Odysseus?" And he blamed the audience twice. He's like, "So I want to talk about Xenia, but I have to destroy Odysseus just so you will listen to me about the thing I want to teach you."
Because you're wrong.
And this is the entire interview. He wraps up really rather very basic and simple comments in a lot of flowery filibustering that makes him sound well. If you actually follow along, what he's saying is very basic. But he thinks he's being the most complex man on earth, this entire thing. And she obviously sees through him because she keeps asking him the same question as he didn't answer the last one.
he's a sophist.
Athenian democracy on the hubris of the Athenians.
Yeah.
Your film centralizes on the hubris of one man, the
Notice how she keeps saying your film.
human pride of one specific man. My question is, should Odysseus repent for his human pride? Maybe
my
pride
gosh.
appropriate for a great man?
I mean,
Oh my gosh.
I suppose the question could be asked, what difference would it make if he repented? You know, I mean, that's the interesting thing about these philosophical approaches is that his repentance would be purely internal. It would purely be for his own spiritual self. It wouldn't necessarily.
That's why you
affect
repent.
anyone outside.
That's exactly why you fucking repent. You don't repent for other people. You repent for yourself.
No, but
You
what he
repent for your mistakes, and his mistake was hubris.
What he's saying is, it doesn't matter how sorry you are because Troy is still destroyed. But what he didn't realize he did there is he automatically assumed that the attack on Troy is wrong. She's saying,
Yeah.
like, shouldn't this guy be proud of his achievements because he was a great man doing a great thing? And he immediately, he couldn't even comprehend that. He's just, oh, Troy is wrong. So what's the point of him apologizing?
Yeah, except it wasn't wrong.
This, bro, you're an amateur reviewer. You're not allowed to have commentary like that.
You're not understanding the mechanisms.
And the philosophical discourse of the conversation.
I know. And actually, I thought about that before. And I should say what I'm responding to. At this point, I'm surprised that some movie theater chains haven't moved to changing some of their theater halls to airing other events outside of just movies to try staying afloat. And yes, I've thought about that before, and somebody actually did it. Because I always thought with the price that concerts cost right now, you could easily have a massive concert and have a showing at a bunch of theaters. And yeah, as long as the concerts are still sold out constantly, it's just free money. And maybe because it's not at the actual concert, you wouldn't be able to get your like $100 per ticket, but maybe you'd be able to get $25 a ticket. The tickets could cost even more than a regular theater or a regular movie. And you're probably sitting there longer anyways. And so maybe you can get a $25 ticket out of it. So they could do that. Or they could do it like, I forget who it was. Was it Taylor Swift or something? Where they showed it like a regular movie and it was shown wide, where it was in lots of theaters. But I'm assuming you're talking more smaller groups of theaters, not something that goes wide. Like all AMC's got this type of thing. I've also thought about, why aren't they making deals with some of these companies? I especially thought with our local drive-in during COVID. I was like, you know what? During COVID, you guys should have made bank because those people are not sitting beside each other. You should have had it so that you're packing that place. All the payment had to be taken care of, like by credit card. You ordered maybe your popcorn in advance, and it would get, taken out to your car and set outside, and then you picked it up. They could have done a whole lot of stuff to make this work. And then ask those studios, say, hey, nobody has seen, the original 2 Ghostbusters in theaters in a long time. Can I do a double feature every weekend for like the next month? And we can have Ghostbusters 1 and 2. Or you'll have, Predator. You'll show Predator and maybe something else. And you'll have consistent old movies, old famous movies. And it's just free money. Yeah, you're thinking of some events like sports finals as well as the World Series Stanley Cup. For those, yeah, that would, see their team in the finals, but don't have quite enough money for those tickets. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe like having the Super Bowl on the big screen. That would be really rough, though. Um, because some of the public licensing for those is really crazy. Yes, Terminator 1 and 2. Yep, Terminator 1 and 2 would be great. I always thought the old action movies. I'd like to see all the old action movies come back to the theater. So your Terminator, your Predator, your Alien, all those old action movies, and then bring in some of the bigger action movies that we don't normally think of being in theaters. Maybe bring back Die Hard. Bring back Die Hard for Christmas. It'd be funny. It would drag people out of their house to a theater you only shoot on Christmas Day. Because of it's a Christmas movie joke. And there you drug people out on the dead night. And yes, exactly. And that's probably what they're afraid of. And then watch them absolutely trounce modern day Hollywood again. Yes. Yeah, and then just nice stuff like Ghostbusters. Like I was saying, Ghostbusters 1 and 2, you can have a double feature at my local drive-in during COVID. Everybody's staying in their car. Nobody can get out and go out and do anything because your concession stand is closed. So everybody's there. You're following all the rules, and people are entertained. And Hollywood makes us money, and they don't go out of business. Yeah, it's that type of stuff. That's a lot of stuff that I thought about back then, and honestly, nothing's changed. They could do it now, and they could make a ton of money doing it too.
Couched inside
the mechanism thing is so he just means trope, but he doesn't want to say trope because then everyone would understand it. So he says mechanism just to try and remove himself from other people. It's just pretentious.
Xenia is broken, maybe for all time. I mean, that's the interesting thing. I think, that is the thing about hubris. That is the thing about, it's tragic because it's irreversible essentially, and that's where Christian theology looks at it in a different way, but in a practical sense doesn't necessarily change what's happened, and therefore in storytelling terms isn't necessarily relevant. That's when I say we bring our understanding to it.
Shitty chairs. A lot of theaters are actually improving their chairs because they know that the people don't like the chair situation. Because some of those chairs were getting really nasty too. Crusty, gross. They're just nasty. Food keeps getting worse, yes. And prices keep getting worse, way worse. They're outstripping inflation by so much that when you talk about comparing a movie by inflation, you can't even use real inflation anymore. You have to use ticket price inflation because it is that bad.
So we feel that there's catharsis because there's confession, because there's honesty and intimacy between Odysseus and Penelope. And that was very important to me, and I'm very invested in that emotionally. But if it has no practical effect, and the collapse is coming anyway, the catastrophe is coming, what difference?
That there are some theaters that actually do have little sections with lounges and tables, yeah. People are struggling with snacks, yeah. A high-end cinema had a coffee table for you and your group, yeah. There are ones that have actual, dinner tables. And, yeah, they would serve a meal and everything. But those are extremely rare.
Differences that make for your pets. That's the interesting thing.
very materialist. It is literally, if it doesn't have a physical thing, what's the point in talking about it? This is why I removed the gods, because it's like, well, unless the gods are going to be physical beings, we might as well remove all spirituality or anything higher or ethereal, because it's just useless.
This is a story called The Odyssey about Odysseus, a character, a person, and he's like, what does it matter if he has a conversation?
Well, because he's talking like Hillary Clinton.
Personally, like,
that was a Hillary Clinton statement right
nothing.
there. What difference does it make? Remember, that was her famous thing? That's
Yeah.
what he's saying basically right here.
We saw, Troy fell.
Are we concerned with his spiritual well-being, or are we concerned with the world that he lives in and the world that in some sense he feels he's damaged?
We live in an age that demands apology from greatness.
Yeah.
Great storytellers, when they portray greatness, Homer celebrates it. We circle around it, we dance around it, we turn greatness into privileges, and we demand apologies for it. That's a fact of Hollywood, and I'm just wondering if, like, one of the greatest storytellers of our age,
This is going to be a rough one.
how do you approach greatness?
By avoiding the question.
It's still a story of apology, and that demands repentance and reflection and self-criticism.
Well, I think that when you're talking about storytelling, you're always in conversation with the expectations of the audience. So it really is an energy that's brought from the audience as well as an energy that's put forward from the story itself. Yeah. So when you're characterizing somebody, and the trite version of this, or the criticism that's often leveled at movies in general is, oh, the character has to be made sympathetic. So
notice how he's immediately dodged the question. She did not ask about tropes or mechanisms. He said, we apologize for greatness. And he's like, well, actually, amateur reviewers, and goes off an entirely different...
But not only that...
Yeah, go.
Sorry, he takes her statement about, this is a fact of Hollywood, that that greatness is a privilege that needs to be apologized for. He doesn't question that at all. He's like, he knows that's true in Hollywood, and so that's just like a normative statement.
Yeah.
He's then trying to say, oh, but it's also the audience that expects it. No, it's not the audience, and it's just that is such a mask off.
It's great because of the way that she set it up.
Yep.
She says, as one of the best storytellers of the generation, as someone who's so incredible and so great and so highly recognized, what do you think about people being forced to apologize or repent for their greatness? The person who I just told you was great, that's
aside from my greatness.
Really smart. Why did he do this? Why did he do this interview?
I don't know.
This is a master class in journalism, though.
Different ways, or change different ways. And
yeah, her journalism is pretty good. She got him to say whatever the hell she wanted him to.
That's a fundamental flaw of film criticism in a way, or storytelling criticism, because to be able to identify the mechanism does not invalidate the mechanism. That's a real problem in criticism today, because people have this idea that because I can understand why the story affects me the way it is, therefore it didn't work. That's not how storytelling works. So
that's actually crazy for him to say, because what one of the criticisms that some people have about his movies are that they're like hard to follow and difficult to follow, and you need to watch them twice because of this or whatever. So it's funny that he's blaming a bunch of people that like don't like his movies on, well, they understood it, so they thought it was ineffective. You know what I'm saying?
Oh God.
It's the mechanisms, guys.
It's the mechanisms. No, it's not.
Just Bruce said he's replacing trope with mechanism, and what he's saying, like, identifying the trope doesn't necessarily invalidate the trope. Okay, that's true, but in your case, Nolan, you didn't actually succeed in making a, I got logical kind of message in your film, and so pointing out the failure in executing the trope is the criticism, not just pointing out that there's one there. But yet sometimes working with tropes can be really effective. That's why they're tropes. They become tropes.
Absolutely.
That is what he's saying.
Yeah, they're tropes because they work.
He's just saying, like, just because you say the word fridging doesn't mean we can't now.
You can't use it.
Yeah,
but
you
what
can't
he's not
use it.
doing is answering her question.
The question. Are we coming to an answer at any point here?
No, the answer is no.
This is why at 10 minutes, so it then goes
That's
on.
where we are, yeah.
And you're right. This is some really basic shit. Okay, there's tropes. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Just because you recognize them, it might work for somebody else that doesn't work for you. Yeah, we know that. That's called watch. It's individuals watching a fucking movie and having a different opinion.
So
Right.
this
And then writing about it on the internet.
this must be the first time he talks about mechanisms, and then the other one is where he specifically goes, actually, when I said critics, I only meant amateur critics, obviously not the professional ones.
We have to be mindful of the energy that the audience brings to that story and the interaction
Again,
between our
sorry,
attention.
amateur critics are the audience.
Yes.
That's the audience.
That he's talking about here,
Right.
and he's like, these audience, they don't want heroes. They want to fight against the
I
hero.
think it was Variety. I don't know if he
Oops.
says it. Letterboxd. He meant like
Yeah, he is a half-wit.
Letterbox is referenced, and I don't know if it's mentioned by Variety or him.
The audience receives that.
You
Oh,
also have to
God.
think about what's the difference between amateur and professional. It is you went for a job interview at Variety and they put you in front of a movie.
Right.
Like there is nothing else that separates anyone judging a movie except I work for a newspaper.
But the optics of this is if he is now blaming the audience for making Odysseus into sad man. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
Who does he define as the audience? Because the average person, I mean, Shad said
His
people
wife.
love heroes. So if he's talking about who the audience is, they made this for an audience in mind. He's talking about the people that were going to write the hit pieces about Odysseus being a war criminal. Now, so he's considering that he made this for what that audience of the professional critic would have wanted to see. Somebody
Right.
that did war and then is sad about it afterwards. What he views as the audience is not the people that are spending $500 a ticket on IMAX movies based on his assessment here. He's making movies for Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's a it's what we said.
Odysseus
This
was
is
a
stuff
war
we've been pointing out for a
criminal
while.
in his time.
Yeah, he wouldn't view himself as a war criminal,
view
but
himself that
Hollywood
way.
would today.
Troy might view him as a war criminal, but yeah,
Well, the defeated always do.
discussing here. This is the underlying thing here is what we said. This is a Hollywood movie for Hollywood, filled with all of the Hollywood beliefs, and he just admitted it.
So I think you're right, but I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just he is in the Hollywood bubble, and so when he says the audience, he means well, everyone I meet all thinks this.
Oh,
And it just, it
Yeah,
just puts that out.
It's like I said, it's the audience.
He's already in the clip, though. That's the thing. He didn't have to. So we brought that up before. It's like, yeah, he really didn't have to have a Black Helena Troy. He didn't have to have a trans best soldier ever. Because he's Christopher Nolan. He's going to be exempt from a lot of the rules that everybody else will have to follow for him to qualify for all the awards and stuff like that. He doesn't need that anymore. And so we're like, okay, why does he do it then?
This is his wife.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not doing it like, oh, I'm really thinking about subverting the audiences here. No. He believes the audience is the Hollywood machine.
It's like when she asked him the question about Troy, and he immediately just assumed Troy was bad.
Exactly.
Because he can't even comprehend someone having a different point of view, perspective on Troy. And I do think it is from him being English and like shame of empire. This is why he's like, well, we can't fix the empire. The empire happened. So what would be the point of repenting? We've now just got to deal with it and go forward into the future.
I said this before.
Right.
I think the week before the movie came out, and we were like debating. It's like, is Christopher Nolan doing this intentionally? Is he trying to destroy our Western civilization, or is it? And I think it's just like you're saying now. That's just how he sees the world.
Yeah, pseudo-intellectualism at its most annoying. And that is true.
So of course,
And welcome back.
he's going to make a movie that destroys Western civilization because that's just his viewpoint. I don't think he's intentionally going like, I'm going to put all these messages to particularly destroy things. Like that's just how he sees the world. And like, well, that is the audience he goes
Basically, he doesn't know any better.
for. He doesn't consider anybody outside.
That's
of
the
him.
whole point of the woke ideology in the conditioning, where they want to seed out those vapid kind of thing. You believe in equality, don't you? Therefore, you're on board. Yeah, no, all good. And so they get on board with the ideology without actually knowing the the actual malice that it's based upon,
that's
intent
baked
to
into
destroy.
the ideas.
Exactly. And so he thinks, oh, this is just good things. I support good things, and so I'm making my movie for the good things for the modern audience that he thinks exists, without actually realizing how destructive and intentionally subversive this is.
And he intellectualizes it, and he's like the mechanisms of the.
Well, I think it feels a little worse than that now, and I think hearing him actually confessing it, at least for me, changes things just a little bit.
You know, you're right. You're like this is actually exposed his. He is a bit more aware of the ideology.
He's more compromised than we ever thought he was.
He is intentionally saying that heroism is bad.
Yes,
and he's agreeing that is a privilege that needs to be, apologized for. And then he thinks that's what the modern audience expects. That exposes something really disgusting about his worldview and ideology.
He's done this his whole career, though. If you think about like Bruce Wayne, he ends The Dark Knight being the villain. Like he takes on a thing, and it's a whole like
that was a heroic thing.
Almost all of his characters are like I'm not actually that great, and I'm not the hero. Like it seems to be like a lot of his stories are about that.
I think in this case,
a very similar thing.
In this case, though, it is to lecture down upon an audience, whereas before it might have just been, well, here's my little take. It was an adaptation. This is a replacement. That is
right.
Is the change in the paradigm. I think though there is another point to this. They truly do view the ticket purchasing audience as sheep. You're funding
to not be considered.
They don't even care what you think.
The press feels that way. Hollywood feels that way.
They don't care.
Yes.
Fund us. Spend all. You've got to see this movie in IMAX, 70 millimeter. You have.
Which I think is why they believe, and the games industry believes, that we shouldn't speak, because if they're just owed the money. Look at what we did for you.
Have to see it. It's a cultural event. They manufactured a cultural event, and they don't give a damn what you think about it.
Yeah, like to say they manufactured. Look,
it became one.
I was gonna say, like, if by manufactured you mean they decided to take like one of the most important stories in history and adapt it. They had a director who always makes headlines and always makes money and always is loved by audiences, critics.
Yes.
They also got a bunch of top tier actors. So if that's what you mean by manufactured, like they made this movie, then yeah, because I think like no matter what it was going to be talked about. But then obviously you throw a couple casting things in there. A lot of people get really fucking heated. But in terms of this being a like manufactured culture event, like in the media, I think it was more so when they decided to make the movie with the director and with the cast.
Right. So I'm not saying this was, they had a big dry erase board. They had a big plan to really come after the, like, that's not what I'm saying. But for Hollywood, this was a manufactured victory from start to finish, because it was same thing we said with Spider-Man to inject
victory.
It was an easy victory. Same thing, injecting Jean Grey into Spider-Man. You knew this was going to make at minimum $1 billion. So you knew it was going to work. That's the same thing here. We got Nolan, all the actors involved. It's the Odyssey, IMAX.
He's coming off of Oppenheimer.
Coming off of Oppenheimer, all the awards. That's what I mean by manufactured. It was an artificial victory. It wasn't a real win for him.
Hollywood might see it that way as well, but I don't actually think he sees himself as lecturing, because I think he just assumes everyone else agrees with it.
Exactly.
Yes. When he's saying,
I think that's true too. I don't think he thinks anybody can think differently from him unless they're just a bad person.
well, this is the way the audience believes. I don't think he's intending to be derogatory or for you to go. I think it's genuinely what you just assumed.
No,
right? This is the
not
correct
online.
way to be.
God, I have not seen the Goonies for so long.
His assistants are, but he's not online. And that's why it was crazy that Nolan got into this with the casting. And again, everything is his decision in this movie. Everything. And now we're seeing like his departure from Emily Wilson, like actually pissed off Emily Wilson. And I think she's pissed off because she got fucking mentioned so much. So she's like, I'm distancing myself from this. I can only take so much. The press was fucking crazy for it was stupid for this movie, and it didn't affect it. So Hollywood is reinforced. Universal got everything they wanted out of this. Now, I'm not saying Universal was behind the, I'm going to reinforce Hollywood's idea. We got Christopher Nolan. We're going to have him adapt the Odyssey. We want $1 billion. They got it. They got it. So, and they will, again, Hollywood will learn all the wrong lessons, because unless you clone Christopher Nolan 30 fucking times and he makes 30 movies a year, they're going to go, we're back, baby. We are so fucking back, baby. Let's fucking go.
And he did another interview where he said, I can't remember who it was, someone famous watched his thing. I was like, so I just want you to know, I'm sure you're going to take a rest, but I want you to make another movie. And he said, that just made me feel exhausted. So I don't think he's definitely not going to be pumping out movies.
No, and he pumped this one out fast. And that's why they love him. He makes a lot of money. He comes in under budget, on time, pretty easy to work with. The demand of I need a IMAX camera around.
There's a little demand of let me make my movie the way I want to make my movie.
Yeah,
that's it.
But he can do it. And that's why he's the king of Hollywood right now. Greatest director of all time? No. But greatest director of this era for sure, without a doubt. And the movie's doing great. And we'll see what lessons. I hope Hollywood believes that everything's fixed and they go in this direction. That would be really fun.
Honestly, as far as Nolan movies go, the only ones that I've really been interested in were the Batman ones.
Funny. That would be really fucking funny. We get Narnia and they act the same way. Oh my gosh.
It's like rock and roll.
When you see that he thinks about this, about equality and apologizing for greatness and everything else because the audience rejects it, it does put things like Sadie Sink's character into perspective as, well, obviously she couldn't just be a hero because people are flawed. And to them, it means, well, you've got to kill a few people before you can save lives because you have to put everything back into balance. All this boils down to equality versus hierarchy.
100%. And then when we occasionally get that movie with a hero, Top Gun Maverick, which the Odyssey is tracking very similar to Top Gun Maverick.
Yes.
And it'll probably...
It's shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Tenet was good. I still haven't gotten around to seeing it.
And A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. We had two things that just have heroes that, those heroes are better than most.
Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
That did well too.
Hope Corps.
Yeah.
They called that Hope Corps.
They called it Hope Corps.
Yeah.
Imagine looking at the Odyssey, which has survived thousands of years, and decided, well, 20 years ago, we just got fed up of heroism.
Yep.
Just thousands of years of evolution just got thrown out the window.
Oh, what a mess. Maverick did actually respect what came before. Yes. And I think all the stars were thankful for the people who showed up. I know Val Kilmer couldn't talk about it much because, he died during the filming or just after, I forget. But, he couldn't do anything like that. But, yeah, it was so good. I've never seen Top Gun by her. It's about gay guys. Well, it was the 80s. Maybe that's true. Modern Hollywood would butcher the Goonies. They wouldn't be able to do it. And then the other Hollywood one. This one's much shorter. I know my critical drinker. She-Hulk killed careers.
Honest here, we've all done things we'd rather forget. Like, there was this one night in Aberdeen when we were drinking pints of Advocat, and my mate Neil somehow managed to get with a midget stripper at one end and a ridiculous amounts of coleslaw. And he's like, shoot him, you idiot. Honestly thought we'd never get that whole dug, man. Wait, you're gonna edit that stuff out later, right? Okay, good. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah, stuff we'd rather forget. And when it comes to Marvel, there's one...
Yeah, the Zoomies.
show in particular they'd much rather we all forgot, and that show is She-Hulk, Attorney at Law.
God, this show should have been so easy too. It should have been just court cases involving superheroes. That's all it had to be.
I mean, who can blame them, really? It was an absolutely disastrous attempt at a legal comedy with feminist overtones made by people with no understanding of the legal system who are to comedy what the quartering is to personal integrity. But hey, at least it got those all-important feminist talking points in there, right?
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling my anger.
Oh, shut up, you tart!
I do it pretty much every day because if I don't, I will get called emotional.
You are a wally, you really are.
Or difficult, or might just literally get murdered.
You give my arse an headache.
So I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you.
Oh, shut up, you tart.
It was a show that set out to preemptively attack its own fan base for not liking it, on the genius assumption that they would dislike it for attacking its fan base, thus creating a perfect feedback loop of retarded self-destruction. As it turns out, though, it didn't pay off for them, and the show was so wildly unpopular that Marvel had to specifically step in and announce its cancellation.
Oh no! What happened?
It was to the MCU what the Acolyte would be to Star Wars a couple of years later, and it was kinda hilarious to see such a spitefully self-righteous piece of shit get tossed onto the ash heap of history where it belongs. But you might be asking yourself, how the
Yeah, after that promo material, that was just, everybody hated it before it even came out.
hell was this even allowed to happen? How could Marvel and Kevin Feige, who'd spent more than a decade turning the MCU into a finely tuned money printing machine, have permitted such an embarrassing disaster to unfold? Well, the answer came courtesy of author Daniel Friedman, who lifted the lid on the backstage conflicts, clashing egos, and insane decision-making behind She-Hulk. And because I do enjoy me a bit of schadenfreude once in a while, let us go on this journey of discovery together, shall we? To properly understand how the She-Hulk disaster started, you have to go back to 2017 with the release of the Rick and Morty episode, Pickle Rick. Remember when Rick and Morty was this smart, funny, edgy show that people liked? That was
Nope.
a good time, I like that. Anyway, the lead writer on this episode was Jessica Gao, who pitched a bit of a hissy fit when showrunner Dan Harmon cast Susan Sarandon to voice the character of Dr. Wong. Because everyone knows that two Wongs don't make a right. Anyway, because this was 2017 and the entire world had lost its fucking mind when it came to this kind of stuff, she was able to browbeat Harmon into doing a podcast series with her called Whiting Wongs. It was basically a multi-episode struggle session where Harmon had to sit there and listen to Gao bang on about the usual laundry list of late 2010s social justice grievances, and it's a pretty impressive example of how retarded the world had become by that point. This absolute
Oh, everybody knew how retarded the world had become at that point. Hollywood did not.
Nobody was able to strong-arm one of the biggest showrunners of the industry onto a podcast and berate him for hours on end just by invoking the magic R words. Awesome. Anyway, the episode and the podcast put Gao on the radar, and pretty soon she came to the attention of Kevin Feige. Feige, under mounting pressure, had recently made a public commitment to involve more women in the MCU, both
Yep, and that was the fall of the MCU. Good job.
in front of and behind the camera, and Gao seemed like the perfect fit to front the new She-Hulk.
And the only woman they did not put in front of the camera in a timely manner was Black Widow, which is the one that everybody demanded. And then, after you killed her in a movie, so we already knew that she couldn't come back, then you introduce her in a movie, or herself, and introduce more of her. Good job, dumbasses.
Show that he was planning. She was a woman, she was ethnically diverse, and she'd written an award-winning episode of Rick and Morty, which even Feige vaguely understood was popular amongst humans. Great stuff. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
So it soon became obvious to everyone involved that Gao didn't have a fucking clue what she was doing. She'd promised to create Ally McBeal for the MCU. The only problem
and didn't.
Is nobody on her hand-picked team of retards knew anything about lawyers, court procedures, or legal terminology, and she didn't think to hire any consultants to help them.
That's what they all do. They hire lawyers, former lawyers, stuff like that, and They did none of it.
The result?
I'm with them.
Absolutely disastrous test screenings, forcing Kevin Feige to descend from the Golden Throne himself and directly intervene in the production, desperately trying to unfuck her mistakes. Naturally, the relationship with Gao soured quickly, but it was the finale that finally pushed Kevin over the edge. Gao wanted She-Hulk to break out of the show itself and confront Kevin, the giant robotic AI that runs the MCU, and demand a better ending for herself. It was a not-so-subtle dig at the formulaic, robotic nature of what the MCU had become. I mean,
Which actually fits She-Hulk.
she wasn't wrong either. Feige was willing to be a good sport and take the hit, but that wasn't enough for Gao. She wanted to put a baseball cap on the robot to really drive the point home. A cap just like the one that Feige always wears because he's a baldman, and a hat lets him pretend that he's still got hair or something. This apparently was a bridge too far for old Kevin though, who refused to let her
Just admit that you had a bald head. And now Scarlet is too old, yes.
do it, and the feud escalated to the point where Gao actually
Besides, they burnt their one freebie anyways, so it doesn't matter.
handed in her resignation
anymore.
in what I can
Could've.
only describe as the worst case of attempted big leaguing I've ever seen. And Kevin was like, fine, see you later then, bitch.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Fucking Christ, these are grown adults we're talking about here, willing to kill careers over a baseball
Well,
cap.
you know.
Truly, if you play social justice games, you win social justice prizes. And the only prize Kevin had won with this one was a gigantic...
Just take a safety razor and shave any fuzz off that scalp, Feige. Yes.
pain in the arse. Anyway, disaster was only averted when a special effects designer managed to put a piece of metal on the robot that looked vaguely like a hat, thus satisfying the honor of both sides. For Gao, though, it was only a temporary reprieve, and once the show actually came out and people saw it for the disaster it was pretty obvious it was headed for one place. Fucking cancellation. I mean, you have to imagine Kevin killed this one with a certain degree of relish, considering how much of a pain in the arse Gao had been for him. What's interesting though is that Jessica Gao hasn't produced a single thing in the past 4 years. No movies, no TV shows, not even a web series. She's basically vanished into obscurity, completely blacklisted by the entire industry. And well,
yeah, she has no credits after this.
I can't help but think that the scales of cosmic justice were nicely balanced by this one. Sometimes,
And just keep the cue ball scalp, yes.
dear viewer, you really do get what you fucking deserve. And for someone idiotic enough to produce She-Hulk and think it was a good idea, well, they deserve unemployment. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Ah, yeah. That was just such a disaster that she deserves what she got out of that. Her podcast sounds racist, so fuck her, yeah. Glad she vanished from the spotlight, exactly. She needed to. It was beyond what she should be doing anyways. I don't know what they were thinking. It is just way beyond what she should have been doing. And yeah, I mean, she's just racist as fuck, so it's to be expected. So we're gonna go into a game. I know I said we might do some Karens, but I think we're just gonna go into a game. Where is it? Ah, there it is. If you're not gonna minimize, thank you. Okay. I know. I'm surprised nobody's sued her either. Okay. there's that. Yes, I know it's muted. It's because when I'm not tabbed in, it's muted. So, oh, where are you? Here we go. That should work. Doubt I need a third screen. Okay, so I'm going to be trying this out with my other controller. We're going to see how well this goes. There we go. I'm not exactly where I left off because I was setting up the controller and I moved around, so... Okay, what did I? I don't think my buttons are right. I'm gonna have to look again. No, I'm just trying my other one, because I thought it would work out better. Oh god, I did move them. God damn it. Oh well. I saw it since I was fighting my controller last time. Q and E. There. We're gonna swap those. That works. Come on, I need a better fight. was not G. Thank you. And there are parts I like about it, better parts I don't. Now let's... See, I have it set up. There we go. See, I have settings in here that I can change on a whim. High heel clicks on grass. I did not just do that. And here. That's up. And I'm gonna do that.
누가 밀었어? 내 차례 아니잖아. 모두 치유해줄게. 정확하게 쏘겠어. 일제히 폭발! 야! 도와드리겠습니다.
Here's where I definitely need. A third screen.
여신의 가오를! 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게.
But there is another one here. Where are you? I guess not.
다친 사람 없어?
Come on.
위험해요. 자, 자, 자.
Should probably have F on my point of finger. There he is. How will it still count even though I restarted the game? Probably not. I have to do it again. Okay. Because I did this last time and I didn't go back to him. And I remembered where he was and I'm like, well, shit. I already restarted the game. It probably doesn't count anymore.
이제 아프지 않을 거야.
I actually go back to turn it in this time. So, okay, now I did that. Ah, it's over there. Should probably go there first. You tell me to go here then. I don't know. Still need to go to this work point. Still hasn't told me to go north, so it must be bad up north. And quest. That's more like it. Ugh. Yeah, I need to switch that.
저희 다시 돌아왔습니다.
그래, 서로 이야기는
물론이다. 이제
좋아. 아무리 자네들이라도 먼저 시면의 현자 바르두크를 찾아주게. 이 바르두크는 육영웅이 되기 전부터
바르두크님은 육영웅 중에서 가장 연장자이며
그 친구가 들으면 기뻐할 소리로군. 마지막 행적은 오르비스 왕국에 머물면서 오피리아 마법 학회를 세운 후 나는 이후 왕실을 전담하느라 그 친구와는 이렇다 할 교류가 없었네.
네발트님도 그 이후의 행적에 대해서는
아마 그의 행방은
And I did not change the audio. They just have audio way too loud over the voices.
큰 도움이 되지 못해 미안하다.
We got the music over the voices.
별다른 단서가 없다면
좋은 생각이네. 바르두크라면 무언가
Bad game
단서를
design.
하면 일단 칼시온 전하께 부탁해놓을게.
네. 그럼
They actually made fun of that in South Park. Although it was about, whoops. I need to change that. We're gonna change that now while I remember. And that'll work.
안녕하세요.
너무 어려워하지 마. 뭐 이 몸이 조금 대단한 편이긴 한데.
에발토님이 하신 말.
아, 그렇군. 자네들이 스승님의 일을 도와주기로 했나?
Yep, that's the one.
왕실 소속 마법사들 중에 마법학회 수석 공전 마법사인
This housing renovation shows are all... Yeah. Nolan tier audio mixing balancing, yes.
그녀에게는 내가 왕궁에 남아달라 이를.
감사합니다.
Oh, that's much more natural. Okay. Wait a minute. I apparently walked right by what I had to go to. Okay. Oh. Okay.
저 실례합니다. 누구시죠?
I think I'm gonna watch some videos on some of the characters that you can
바르두크님의 소식을 알고
like
계신가요?
buy with those tickets in here.
모릅니다.
And I might pick up some other
찾을 수
characters.
있는 방법은 있습니다. 아니 그럼 그걸 말해야지. 저는 제가 받은 질문에
He's cute.
성실하게 대답해서 어떻게 하면 찾을 수 있는데? 아니 바르두크님은 언젠가 자신을 찾으려는 이건 그 외에 다른 게 있습니다. 아니, 계속 설명 부탁. 이 나침반은 여러 부품이 빠져 있습니다. 부품을 채우는 다른 부품.
Dude, compass is what I'm missing in Ducko. Give me the compass. In Ducko.
샤노? 그 연금술 상점에 있는
마녀 같은 여자인지
The witch-like woman.
상점에 있는 건 맞습니다. 그보다 안경 쓴 용병.
That's a good way to get yourself cursed.
아니요, 없습니다. 그렇군요. 제가 해드릴 수 있는 일은 여기까지입니다.
저기 세리스님? 어쩌지? 이제 완전히
일단 연금술 상점에
Yep, that's one of them that you can get. They don't let you try them out first, so you don't know. Okay, Pinky Ford does work well with that. My Appellee Drive Straight isn't so good, but
안녕하세요, 샤노.
저희는 육영웅이신 바르두크님, 세리스님의 말로는 나침반의 다른 부품을
맞아. 가지고 있어.
so when do we get her?
마법사들은
Just
묻는
saying.
말에만 대답하는 병이라도 있나? 그냥 대충 분위기 파악하고 내가 가지고 있는 동력 장치?
She has big enough titties they could probably sell her as DLC.
이 나침반은 일반적인 물건이 아니니까. 그리고 현재 이 부품에는 벌써부터 무슨 이야기를 할지 눈에 원래는 드래곤 더스트를 사용해야 하지만 한 번 정도만 사용할 예정이라 마물의 일부를 가공한 것으로 충분해.
마물의 일부는 연금술에 좋은 소재.
효율은 낮지만 당연히 우리 보고 구해오라는 거겠지. 어디는 오르비스 남쪽에 깨달음의 샘으로 가봐. 그곳에
Yep, it's a gotcha without the gotcha.
다양한 걸 먹고 자란 아이거든.
우리에게 그런 건 시군죽 먹.
뭐 높으신 분들만 만나느라 스트레스가 쌓이긴 했지. 이 기회에 스트레스 해소 좀. 자,
Yeah,
이거 여기에
tit whaling is a big
담아오면
thing.
돼. 좋아, 기다리고 있어. 금방 탄.
It looks like both of them are out of town. What did I set? Oh, that's what I set it to. Okay. Mm. That, you know what? I think I'll just do this. Head south. There is also lowly whaling. Yes.
정확하게 쏘겠어.
네.
자, 제값을 치르세요. 성스러운 힘. 자.
Catchy OS? What do you mean?
열어봐야겠지.
You shouldn't see a desktop, but that's Mac. Then I have Mint on another screen or another computer, but doesn't want to work for me with stuff. Ouch. God damn it. Yeah, basically I switched over this other PC that I had that's garbage to Mint to get another year out of it, and I did. Ah, damn it. I need to switch where my character selection is. New animal logo. Oh, I wonder if you're talking about the, dragon for the controller. Yeah. Damn it. You just die already. There you are.
류트, 핵 찾았어? 담고 아무리 마무리라지만 이거 뭔가
연금술
이제 대충 이제
Says this. That's for the controller. Nah, she did need to change one of these. Yeah, I'm torn. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you sew the desktop, but... Didn't think I had any icons on there. Little animal. That's what you saw? Okay. Yeah, it's just the software to control the settings on that controller. Input, thank you. Jeff, you saw a desktop. That's not the one thing that you would have pointed out. It would have been my ASCII 2B background. You must not have been here when I showed it before. Okay, you can stop now. Now I'll just get off. There we go. Problem solved. Yeah, I can add macros to it. I can assign keys to it like normal. Yeah, I can do a lot of stuff with it. I really like it, but I don't like the layout. If you look up the Azeron Cyborg, that's what I have. I'd like the keys in, but it didn't exist at the time. When I got it, I couldn't use it because I had tremors so bad. And it has mouse keys on it, so that there's no pressure back on you. And so I was triggering it by accident too much. I should have returned it. Didn't. That's what I use exclusively with Duck Off. And I was using it Sam. Yeah, it's like a hand. Yeah, it wasn't cheap. But I was making good money at the time, so it's not that way this way. And when I was running my business, I was making really good money, but once it died, it just fell off a cliff. Here I am. But I like that Keyzen. In large part for health reasons. I thought it would work out better. And it ended up not.
귀한 분들이 손님 바르두크님에 대한 그래 바르두크를 뭐 나쁘지 않은 제안이죠. 오 정말 네 물론이죠. 원한다면 알려주지. 많은 사람들이 하지만 에발트님의 하긴 그렇지.
Barrier.
결계. 여러분이 그럼 이렇게 하죠. 갑자기 무슨 꿈꾸기?
I want her.
오래전 육영웅이 힘을 합쳐 아루가를 흡월했지만 언제 또다시 같은 위기가 닥칠지. 그래서 바르도크님은 아벨님과 이사람님의
Well, I have a hard time switching between using an controller and WASD. Having that joystick is really nice. So I just bind it to WASD anyways. I'll try and use it as analog because certain games will just read it as like a separate device. And it'll do weird stuff. So you set it to WASD and then you have better control over that. When I was having trouble with the tremors, I was having a hard time hitting the right keys and sometimes hitting the keys twice. And so that's why I thought I'd end up being better off if I had that, and it ended up not being the case.
갈매기 마을로 가 그곳에서 카리나와 그녀가 여러분을 부품 소지자와 만날 수 있도록 도와줄 거예요.
감사합니다, 린 상단주.
I mean, I can show you what happens when it does it. With this, it clicks. There's a clicking sound.
별개의 일도요. 그럼 기대할게요.
Turn keys into a fake stick, how? Yeah, they do stutter. What the heck this? Equipment enhancement, okay. Oh, so they're like Hall effect switches then. Yeah. Arknights did that really bad. It actually had a pop-up window. When you switched from controller to touchscreen, it drove me crazy. And they got rid of that. It smoothly transitions now. Oh, that's what I wanted to switch. Oh, I'm doing all right. Oops. Oof, I don't know where I'll switch it to. Let's do that. Well, I just changed so many things. I'll see how well this works. This might just backfire. This might just be one of those games where it's a little bit better off with a controller. I don't know. I'm torn between. How?
상자네. 제 뒤로 물러서세요. 자, 야!
So you're saying you're jealous.
참여하세요. 한지, 참격, 내 일격, 망설임 없는 단지를. 홀리 서클. 참회 기도를. 떨어져라. 홀리 크랩. 성스러운 힘.
I was not paying attention to my health whatsoever. That was gone. die already, please? Thank you. Oh, okay.
열어볼까?
I butchered that. Oh, she's too.
불을 붙여버렸는데. 이걸로 끝이야. 다음 입술 뚫는다.
Why is that popping up? I have no idea where that chat window popped up. Okay. Well, we'll play like that as a fluke.
모두 치유해줄게. 이게 내 덤프리야.
I need to pay attention to what's going on instead of focusing on that broken thing up there. Come on.
두 번 대고 내려치기.
Okay, now they gave up. Now, why is that there? You make no sense. I'm gonna try something. I need to pull the game down for a second. As soon as I can find it. There we go. Nope, it's not that. Is there some sort of chat in this thing that I don't know of? Because I didn't think there was anything like that. Actually, I should use this as an opportunity to go to the bathroom. This is as good a time as any. That emote window is weird. Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Better. I have something weird going on with my screen, but I changed how it's gonna work. The game's probably gonna run worse, but at least you don't have to see what I see. Oh, that's gonna be even deeper in there. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's pretty good. I like it. I do run into some issues. You know, where stuff seems like it could be more intuitive than it really is. But yeah, frame rate's a little worse, but not bad. Unreal Engine 5 does not like screen or the game capture. But on the gamepad, what do they call those? Like skills, I guess. But the skills that pop up, how you have to activate them is just too weird. Like, it's little stuff like that. That's why I'm trying my Azeron out, seeing if that feels better. I have to say, probably not. Maybe I'll just have to go in and change a few of the key bindings. I don't know. Evil King Ganon is in the chat, yes. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Hold on. No, it went away. Okay. Let's do that.
홀리 서클 영원한 빛으로 영원 구지를
Okay, so if this goes bad, I can run backwards and I'm fine. Thought they were gonna start chasing me down. Guess not. Oh my god. Sprites are 100% better with the controller, I gotta say that. Like, not even close. This game was definitely built for a controller. In-fight movement kinda sucks. But I'm trying it because one of the characters that I'm using is an archer. Maybe I just can't use her. He's also the bomber. Maybe that. I didn't see that last time.
정확하게 쏘겠어.
Yeah, I passed him before. Not fighting him. Good, there's a warp point there.
여기가 낭만과 자유의 항구 마을, 갈매기 마을이야.
There you are. You do not have the key.
저기 실례합니다. 사람을 찾.
어? 사람이요? 이봐, 거기서 뭐해? 뭐? 진짜?
네? 저 가버렸. 뭐 할 수 없지. 저쪽으로 가보자.
Yeah, maybe I'll try this out a little bit more tomorrow. What is the lily count in this game? It's not very high.
보라색이 있는 사람들이네.
She doesn't really count, but you can count her. So 1. Yep, 1. And then there was, I thought, and then here it's not in there. Exchange. Nope, because Ellen's is the one that was missing. So yeah, that's it. Just her.
언니에게 배운 걸 보여줄게요.
Little lightning monster. Turn it off. Yes, I know. There's not enough lollies, it must be turned off. Never to be played again. I'm still trying to decide which one of these I want to get, and do I end up getting more of these tickets? Does this list change? I don't know. I need to look that stuff up. So I was kind of thinking her.
내가 나설 시간인가?
Summon Fox's spirits and command them to charge enemies. Then there's Dana.
준비해, 자꾸.
summon Chikao, and the designated location if Chikao is ready to be summoned, order Chikao to drop down on a target's location, gain frost energy when using this skill. Then he's also a shield. He has an attack and a spin. So basically 2 summoners. Those are kind of the ones I was looking at. And of course, Tart's cute. But she's just like a caster. Thunder. So I'd be getting her just because she's cute. Which she is. But nobody else is there on the list that seems like somebody I'd want to play as. With her, I could have her and these 2. But she's an archer and the bombs, and she's an archer and I forget what else. So I would have to use keyboard and mouse for those 2. Because then it's not just one. Thick. So yeah, those are the ones that I was kind of looking at. I mean, there was always Charlotte. Because that clothing in the Jigglies. You're not going to do it for my area. I guess not. So I needed to decide which one of these I want, and does this hero exchange thing reset after a time? In which case, do I want to save some in case there's one I really want later? That's what I need to find out. That's what I've been putting off looking up because it's hard to say. Korea's still in a civil war against feminist, yes. Though it's not as bad. And then I can always go with a Shota. I'm not sure who's winning. It's hard to say who's winning that one. The feminists usually win. What's the Shota count? Really just the MC in that one. We were denied a lot on this, to be fair. Feminists are winning in China. That's for sure. There you go. The East has fallen. Not quite yet, but pretty damn close.
넉넉하게 가져왔어.
무서워도 난 싸울 거야.
Not really sure.
계획대로만 움직여주.
Twink maybe.
저희 교단은 언제나 열려 있답니다.
And then she's just that character with a different costume. And of course I choose this one.
그래서 어떤 놈을
She is a different costume too.
조니님의 실력을 보여주마.
And then a guy I can't stand playing as. I wouldn't be able to stand listening to him, so I haven't even tried. Because I'd probably end up liking how he fights. So I don't even want to know. When I had to fight using him, it was a fight you were intended to lose. And my controller died. Fish, shrimp, sand crabs. There we go. Looks like I don't have any of those. Quick ingredients.
이봐, 뭐 좀 물어보고 싶은데.
사람을 찾는다고? 벌써 소문을 듣고.
Don't care. No, I made the wrong one. Inquiry. Damn it.
누구세요?
Is that the mom from Marit's Space Pirates? Just saying.
아씨 깜짝이야. 너희는 뭐야? 해적이라는 놈이 이런 거에 놀라고 그러나?
린이? 아, 너희들이었구나. 린이 말한 임시 노동력이?
네? 뭔가 착오가 있으신 것 같은데.
아, 거참. 내가 이래서 린을 좋아한다니까.
아니, 저기 그게
어이 해적! 무슨 착각을 하고 있는지는 조금 멋있어 보이는 일을 한다고 해서 나에 피할 것
Yep, I'm
같으냐?
not gonna listen to him.
내가 바로
어쩔 수 없지. 따지는 건 가서 하자고. 아, 이거 생각보다 좀 무거운데.
That's what happens when you fill it with lead.
제가 나설 때군요. 어허, 조심히 살살 내려놔야지.
생필품이라며.
비싼 생필품이야.
저 카리나님, 린 상단주님께서 카리나님을 찾아가면 저희를 도와주실 거라고.
Yeah, one shrimp meat out of that. That's not good.
여신님, 저희의 기도를 들어주세요. 여신의 가오를 저지먼트 홀리 주합니다. 치유의 빛. 놓치지 않아. 일찍 공격을. 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게. 쎄쎄 터뜨리고 있어.
Ah. And that is why I have the work spot.
여신님의 이름으로.
자,
성스러운 힘.
자.
여신의 영광을. 단지 참격.
자,
홀리 서클. 참회 기도를.
이 폭탄에 불을 붙여버렸는데.
I should go to a resurrection place and actually heal everybody. They're not at 25% health. Going into a fight. Probably not the best plan.
동물인가요?
Actually, I should see if I can get it. The statue is like right there. Just northwest of me.
자, 참여하세요.
I need to heal up. Try. I'm already here.
카리나님, 놀 해적단을 전부 정리하고 왔어요.
Hey, free stuff. For a sec, just... Thank you. Neither of us worry. There. Not the greatest plan. Oh, I found a mimic. And their Pip was saying yesterday that he didn't find any. There's one. Three parts. Okay. No colony to the north. The one I was hoping to avoid.
이제 내 차례야.
They're not highlighting.
제가 나설 때군요.
That doesn't work. There's got to be some non-retarded way that this works. Anything involving climbing involves these. There we go. It's that stuff in this game that drives me crazy. Oh, it said no cam to the north, so that's gonna be this thing. Aren't you gonna pick up the other one? Thank you. Yeah, they teleported back.
자, 영원한 빛으로 입수 플러자. 저지먼트. 용서를 구하세요. 여신의 이름으로.
Very shy.
여신의 가오를. 자외의 일격. 랠리 콜. 자, 참여하세요. 공중연사.
trying to see if it was like in an obvious place where I could just grab it, take it back, heal up, and come back and do this. But I'm not seeing it. Just looking for big shiny. See at least 2 treasure chests there. One right above my head there. And one right above my head there. Of course you're not going to.
제 뒤로 물러서세. Seeing if I could switch to my other controller here. So I'm just having a hard time. And controllers. Yeah, see, it sees it, but it's not. Hold on. I thought it was connected. Oh, now it's connected. Okay.
Yeah, but the game's not gonna read it. This game has so many issues with that gamepad. I do not understand it. No other game has ever had an issue with this gamepad. It's just this one. For it to work with the gamepad now, I have to restart the game, which I don't feel like doing. Oh, it is too high up. Okay.
자, 참여하세요. 진성, 검체요. 참을 뒤로는.
열어볼까?
I'm going to make a big mistake and swap some keys here. See if this helps at all.
성스러운 힘. 전진, 참견. 이야, 아차. 여신의 영광 영혼 구질 자 이제 아프지 않을 거야. 이번 되고 내려치기.
Okay, actually that feels way better.
감사합니다.
The key I have for getting on and off the mount though, I do not like what that is set at. I just don't know what else to set it as. That's the downside of that keypad. Having to figure out how to set things up so that it works well is very weird. And they have it so that you can save profiles, and nobody shares their profiles. I do not understand. Yeah, they have their own Discord, they have their own forums, and nobody shares them in there. So it's not that it's just too unique of a device, it's that even in its own community, they don't share them. I just don't get it. That. Weren't you jumping before? There it goes. No, it is not my Discord. They have their own. No true Discord is hidden, and nobody can find it. And I'm gonna keep it that way. Yeah, it's probably what's on the wall, but you won't let me look at the fucking wall. Just stop. Holy shit. I'm sure it has something to do with that wall, but I could not stand listening to that thing talk any longer. That was there. Damn it. Uh-huh. Cutscenes, 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 cutscenes. Stop it, just stop it, just stop it. It just looked like 5 words, just stop it. Just stop, just stop, stop it, stop. Just no more, stop, I'm done. Alright? This is where I like Pal World. This is why I like Duck Off. They shut the fuck up and let you play the game. Okay. I had to go there. And yes, it pisses me off that much. That horn sounds like a moo. It just does. Every cutscene in a game is a mistake. Every single one. I don't care if it's at the end credits anymore. I don't care. Every cutscene is a mistake. And needs to be... They need to figure out a way to cut it out.
감사의 기도를 해.
If anyone ever asks if a game has bugs, I'll ask them, okay, how many cutscenes are in it? 50? Then there are 50 bugs in the game. What about technical problems? What technical problems? I don't care. Oh, the game doesn't start? Okay. And? You just saved yourself 50 cutscenes. I do not like these things, but... That's what I thought it was gonna be. Yep. I'll go without, thanks.
안녕하세요.
She is cute.
혹시 카리나님께서 말...
네, 맞아요. 당신들이 바르도크님을 찾고 있다는 용병단인가 보군요. 먼저 여러분이 바르도크님을 찾고 계시는 이유를
아니, 우리 딱 봐도 용병이잖아.
저희는 육영웅 중 한 분이신 에발트님의 의뢰로 에발트님께서는 단지
카스텔라, 그 결계 이야기는 안 해도 괜찮... 야, 제가 누군지 알고...
그렇군요. 에발트 단순히 당신들 독자적으로
We've had too many years of too many games with too many cutscenes and a lack of story because of them. They think that having a cutscene is a replacement for a story. No, a cutscene exists to show a part of a story. The rest of the story is supposed to be gameplay. And instead of doing that, you have little intermittent cutscenes with a whole lot of text that doesn't mean anything. It might even just be like a 50-line joke, which it is cute and shit on paper, but when it's enter after enter after enter after enter to get past each line, no, you're done. That's it. You're done. No, you failed. If you can't tell a story in gameplay, make a fucking movie. Because that's what you think you're making. And that is why you're sweating in Kojima. Because Kojima thinks that he's an artist. He thinks that he's making movies, and he's been wanting to get into Hollywood for years, which is why he gets famous people in his games. That is what he wants. He does not want to make games, he wants to make movies. But he can make games, so he's getting as many people in there to make them into as much a movie as possible. That is why his games, Death Stranding, are walking simulators with famous people in it. Now, are they good? Maybe. Depends on what you like. But that still does not make them the next big game. That doesn't make him the next Mario. That doesn't make the next anything. That is just a movie. So, stop it.
변한다고요?
나침반의 부품은 제가 가지고 있지 않아요. 그럼 나중에 제 쪽에서 다시 연락드리죠. 먼저 실례하겠습니다.
So why is this taking so long?
요즘 다들 자기 할 말만 하고 우리를 일단 카리나님
Why did it take so long? They told you nothing. They told you nothing in there. At all. Cutscenes were cute in the 90s when they figured they could put them into games. And they were trying to put as many in there as possible when there was a limit. Well, now that you're not even limited to a Blu-ray's disc size anymore, you're like, oh, we'll just keep adding more and more and more. %, reduction in story and let the player have their own headcanon, yes. Why am I not fighting goblins? I'll choose that answer. Apparently that game, Crimson Desert, made people realize good sandbox wasn't good enough, and they felt they wanted a decent narrative to pull them along. Yeah, and if you're telling that narrative in spurts, in cutscenes, and those cutscenes are just like lasting forever, people are gonna do what I do. Skip them. And so I don't have the story. And maybe if your story is that bad, maybe that's a good thing, maybe it'll benefit you, but I have a feeling that if you added that many cutscenes in, it's because you wanted to make people see the story instead of letting them experience the story.
생각보다 일찍 돌아왔는걸? 어때?
오신 분이랑 부품을 가지고 계신 분이 다르다고 하던데요.
어? 그래?
나중에 다시 연락을 그럼
Yeah, games are supposed to be interactive.
이거야 원. 예상은 했지만
If you take people out of the game to show them a movie and then bring them back into the game, they didn't have the experience.
그러면 잘 됐다. 마침 나한테
It's no different than
기회가 생겼거든.
shutting off the game, going to the theater and watching a movie and coming back and saying, oh, well, the movie was based on the game, therefore. That's what they're doing with all these cutscenes. Whoops, wrong key.
야, 이거 자세히 보니까 우리가 처음 옮겼던 그 상자 아니야? 그런 거 같은데? 뭔지 좀 궁금한데 열어볼까? 그만두는 게 좋지 않을까?
얼른 옮기고 카리나님에게 돌아가자. 그동안 정보원이
But I have to say,
왔을지도
the past 6 months have made me hate cutscenes more and more. Yes. Yeah, for the logistics part, but yeah, that's the thing. It's okay, so it has a good logistics type game in there.
딱 좋을 때 들어왔네.
And that logistics is hacked apart by cutscenes. Now, is it too many cutscenes? You still like the game, so maybe not. Yeah, somebody put it really well recently.
정밀 사격으로 대응할게.
And they said that it was ripping the control away from the player. And I forget who said it. I think it was Legendary Drops, but don't quote me on it. And I was like, that's exactly it. You're shutting off the game, showing me a movie, and turning the game back on. That's what I feel like when I see all these cutscenes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Problem solved. There we go. Yeah. Ah, why weren't you switching? I hate how they interrupt your ability like that. Little shits. Goddamn dogs. That will always sound like a moo to me. It will always sound like a moo to me. Yeah, I think I almost have all the keys laid out the way I want. I just need to get used to the little last bit of it that I just changed. I think I need to move like 2 keys. But that's it. That's probably the hint that I need to get this. Hooded person.
전에 봤던
정보원은 돌려보냈다. 어차피 라발트가 바로 묻겠다.
네, 사실
시간이 흘러도
뭐라는 거야?
에발트가 너에게 일을 맡겼다는 건 유경 그리고
Nice
두 명이
outfit.
다시 세상에 나왔다고 들었다. 너희는
평소에 사람과
Monster
대화를
Hunter.
잘 안 하나? 앞으로 뭘 할 거냐고 물어본 거라면 이놈들이랑 웃으면서 방해되는 건 전부
I don't think I've
치워버리고
ever played a Monster
최고의
Hunter.
용병단이 될 것.
He would mind that for like the last, I don't know, almost 5 years now. I've had a lot of issues. Medical. And so I wasn't able to play a lot of the action games as action games were starting to get bigger again. Alright, I'm looking at it from the other side, and I'm not seeing it there. I think I'd see it if it was up there. And do a real quick lap. I'm not seeing that last piece. I'm gonna have to heal up. Herathron. Yep. Didn't make it.
정확하게 쏘겠어.
Actually, I should probably go to this one over on the east. Yeah, I know, falling right off the cliff. Oh. Probably here. Then head south. That would be north. I'm a dumbass. Sit up there. I see two of them already. Should only be 3 or 4.
제가 나설 때군요.
Why is there nothing in these? What, this game? This game's actually a lot of fun. It has its moments. Ha, good, it was only 3. This is not good. I'm running away. I'm still not used to fighting with this thing. Alright. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that. Yeah. See, I need my controller for this one. I can't do it with this. And I'd have to restart the game for that, so I'm not gonna do that. I'll just come back for him. Not me. How did I die? It seems so easy. Yeah, it's not. His area of attack is massive. Has me heading west. See Firefly Forest. Might as well head west now. A black animal climbing, whatever that was, yes. Well, what Azeroth needs to do if they want to start selling more of those things is come up with profiles of their own. Free. It's free for them to do, and they don't do it. Just having some starter profiles for some popular games would be a good thing. Which means this would probably not make the cut. No, I wish you could. I wish you could fight on top of it. There we go. Okay. So, what double cutscene is this gonna be? Yes, he's like a furry.
자네들은 누구인가?
설마 이 다 죽어가는 영감이 바르두쿠님은 아니 그건 좀 실례된.
She's always rude.
저희는 오르비스 소속의 용병 바르두쿠님을 찾고 있는데 혹시
But we still love her.
다 뭐라고? 안 그래도 요새 허리가 안 좋았는데.
That's called old
이렇게
age.
젊은 친구들이 도와주러 오니.
아니 영감 반일이 아니라.
그래. 젊은 친구들은 시간이 금이라고 하지. 늙은이가 쓸데없는 소리로
어쩌지?
일단
Hey, Malin. The game's not bad. And it's cheap. And it doesn't have gacha in it.
이 약 대충 다 잘한 것 같은데 저
I can't marry lilies though, minus 100 points. Yes. I like how they call him the suspicious old man.
할아버지
No
여기
name,
이 약초들이
just
맞나요?
suspicious old man.
자네들은 누구인가?
For every one you lose, you perform black flip. Yes.
네?
혹시 반일을 도와줄?
아니 좀 이봐 영감 지금 장난칠 기분 바르두크님 알아볼라
아니, 다크 엘프 자네는 왜 요즘 친구들은 농담이
아니 누가 다크 엘프야? 다리야 역시 늙은이는
그래. 내가 바로 누크다네.
그래 바루두크가 어? 뭐라고?
이게 원 젊은 친구가 벌써부터 귀가 안 좋으면 자네들은 에발티의 부탁으로 찾아와.
네 맞아요. 정말
이 다 죽어가. 아무래도 결계석에 문제가 생긴.
현재
I like this guy. He's snarky.
그 친구도 정말로 이 늙은이를 보고 싶어서 결계석을 복구할 수 있는 방법이 필요한 것일 테니 말이야.
우리가?
네, 맞습니다. 결계석을 고칠 수 있는 방법.
아리야 갑자기 왜 찌르는? 그래 그러면 그 결계석?
평소처럼 대하게.
She's not a dark elf. She just likes tanning.
어디 보자.
I love that one.
말을 많이 했더니 목이 칼칼. 저기 저 반딧불이 숲을 지나다 그곳 중앙에 정령들이 모아놓은 물에
설마 그러니까 지금
구해오게. 그러면 뭐?
두고 봐.
It was this one. Why does the old man have so many horns? I know. I was thinking the same thing. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Actually, I should see if this puzzle is easy. Is she? I haven't seen one of her streams in so long. I've seen some of her YouTube stuff, but not on there. When she's doing lawyering stuff. Okay, thanks. But that does mean that I cannot raid her. I have a feeling that would not work. Yeah, I have a YouTube. Bitch.
성스러운 힘, 영원한 빛으로. 자유의 일격. 열었어요.
Hi, you're in Argentina. Yeah, it's late. It is late. I mean, I'm Eastern time. I know it's late. So yeah, I get it. Have a good night.
감사의 기도를.
Well, full band says good night person I can't see. Where am I in Ireland? Ah, York Knights. Yeah. Been there. I actually like Knights.
아무래도 이걸 말씀하시는 것 같지?
생각보다 구하기 쉬워서
이거 참 신기하네.
If somebody wanted to do something on first shift, I could do first shift and
아니란 말이야.
they're always asleep when I was working anyway, so there we go. So they're pretty much worked out. And that's another flying one, I can tell already.
추적 사격. 쓸데 탐색할까?
You seriously dodged right out of the way.
자, 여신의 가오를.
Yeah, pretty much figured that was gonna happen. Actually, I'm not thinking. Where is that? So when I go over there, I should probably go up and get that warp spot too. That's at least a little bit closer. Yeah, the lack of load speed. Load screen on the respawn is nice. It was up there and I couldn't see it. Come on, get off.
참여하세요. 제가
I was trying to cheese this and see if I could get him knocked off. It doesn't look like it. I just want the shiny. I can come back and fight him with a controller. Yeah, that's pretty much what I figured. If I had one of the other mounts, there's one that can move faster when they're on water. So they do have stuff like that in the game if you want it.
우리를 고생시키려고 했던 모양인데 어림도 없지.
내가 전에 넣어둔 게 잘
바르두쿠님이 그곳에
그럼 누가 했겠나?
So yeah, it seems like I have followers from all over the place.
그럼 어쨌든
뭐가 이리 급한가?
이건 뭔가요?
Ah,
저쪽 언덕에 가면
yep, too stupid. Next. Yeah, of course, if I had that thing. God damn it. Quite easier from here. They're not. Good, he's from Tel Aviv. Nice. You're not gonna let that one go, are you? Yeah.
열어볼게.
I was starting to wonder if I was gonna run out of stamina first.
여기다 두면 되겠지. 그런데 기도는 어떻게 하는 거야? 우리 같은 사람이 해도 되는 건가?
Yeah. So that's where I need that part. If I had the part, I could warp there. Okay. No way, you marked it, Pen. So I need that. Eh. Can at least teleport here. Okay. I might just have to I don't know, practice off screen.
여신의 이름 단지 참격 참을 인도를 망설임 없는 단지를
If I wasn't so underleveled, I'd probably be fine. But up against this many, 7 levels higher than me is just too hard to do this way. There we go.
모두 치유해줄게.
I'm just trying to cheese a little bit. Yeah? They're just trying to separate them apart. Not try and fight all of them at once. I just wish people would come up with profiles that we can just download. Unwritten.
용서를 구하세요. 여신의 이름으로 단지 삼지력 사격. 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게. 여신의 영광을 참여하세요. 자. 이제 아프지 않을 거야. 홀리 서클. 단지합니다.
Oh my god, quit stunning me.
망설임 없는 단지를. 자외의 일격. 이게 내 점수리야. 이건 좀 아플 거야. 단지합니다.
See, Full Band keeps accusing me of being a Jew. What he doesn't know is I probably am.
겨우 다 해치웠. 뭔가 그 영감이랑 그래도 상자를 이거 봐. 바르도크님이 주신 이상하네. 에이, 몰라. 또 이상한 거 시킨다면.
Let's get his stamina up here. There we go. That's how you're supposed to do it. Not that jerry bullshit that I was doing before. I didn't say that. And who's Jerry anyways?
네, 여기 결정에 여신님의 힘을 담아왔어요.
The horny dude can go away. And while I am here... Well, I hope it's not up there. I think it's just on the other side. I figured this would be a path to the other side. It's not, but... $26. Okay.
신님의 천부!
That was a disaster. I am going to go here. Yeah, got it. Okay. I'm looking at my wife, my wolf skirt. Well, wolves do nothing for me. Looking up her skirt wouldn't be bad. I did not say that. There you are. That's what I should have done on the inside, but I didn't. Ah, why does that look like a boss area? Just saying. Don't touch the green bubbly. Just a guess. How's the hell with you? But I think I need to go to town. I do. Oh no.
Toby, be good.
Oh god, yeah. Yep. Yep. This cannot go on Twitch. I know what that is. Nice. There we go. I can't do it on YouTube either. Rumble won't care. The Gooners won't care. But Twitch and YouTube, probably not the best idea. Despite being a legit movie. I mean, it's... I mean, really, I mean, if you think about it, it's like, wait a minute, isn't this dumb?
솔직히 말하면 아주 카스텔라.
그래, 그렇군.
See, if I was going to play a guy, he would be the one I'd want to play as. Not Loot. Him.
보아하니 자네들도 고생 꽤 했군.
아, 내가 진짜 그놈의 결계성만 아니었어도.
스승님,
예. 이전에도 바르두크를 찾으려는 시도는 했었지만 성공한 사람은
And I bet Arya has a better body than it looks like with what she's wearing. I'm just saying. Just saying. Damn hips. And this is why I get myself into trouble. I need a drink really bad. But I know if I do, it'll set me off.
대충 보고할 사람들한테는 다 보고한
Because I already
것
have to go
같은데?
to the bathroom.
그런데 바르도크님은
카리나님이 아닐까? 애초에
그 검은 옷 입은 정보원 말하는 건가?
I swear, as soon as he talks, I just don't want to watch. I take my mic to the bathroom. Not happening. Besides, it's wired.
어서 오세요.
I wish I had a third monitor.
야! 너 저번에 잘도 우리를 부려먹으려고 했겠다.
But when I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen to my streaming, soon, just can't warrant it. The second monitor I have right now is really nice. But I thought there was another place. Oh, it's right there. I've been trying to get a job that was a normal shift, whether it be first, second, or third, and I can't. Should be like on top of it. Oh, there it is. Seeking a hero. No restriction, not gender or age. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of giving up. And, looking at part-time stuff. Just for the sake of bills. It sucks. Because if I can even deal with a job that doesn't pay much. I live beyond on the cheap. I just have so few wants. I really just don't care. Everybody always wants stuff, and I'm like, why? It's another thing that you have to find a place for, and another thing that you need to clean or whatever. Like, why do you want stuff? The Firefly will never understand. Just saying. I'm talking like random things. I need electricity, internet, and a roof over my head. I just don't care about the rest. Just don't.
이 순간만큼은 운에 맡기는 수밖에
I try and
없어.
care and can't. That, you know, there are a few expensive things that I want. But not that bad. It's like, I'd really like to upgrade my other computer. The mint machine. I'm like, okay, so I'll do that. Please give. But yeah, how many other games is it really gonna let me play? Hmm. And why is a marmot in like a karate outfit or whatever? I don't understand. You're legally allowed to walk around naked and not have to clean anything. I guess it's gonna make me get off. Is this it? Yes. Use.
열량은 충분히 채운 것 같아.
Okay, that was easy. Hunt a wild boar. Even though I already have boar meat. Hey! Fighting with her is so nice, having mouse and keyboard. Honestly, she is the reason why I'm using this. Otherwise, I really prefer... Whoops. A controller for this. Okay, wild boar. Meat obtained. There. Now, instead of telling myself I need to get that, I actually got it. Grilled meat. He's gonna give me the recipe, so... Stamina. Outdoor meat and grill. I guess I need to get on. Thanks, boobs. You told me to wild boar. You little shit. A stew. Okay. Don't lie to me this time. Boil. 3 rock mushrooms. Yeah, we had those. That 3 rock mushrooms and cook using boil. Rock mushrooms is a great one. Boil. So you don't get to see the bouncy boobs with that. There, I'm following the instructions. Final test. Raw food. Two heads of wave leaf cabbage. I only have one. Okay. Bitch. I know what that's for. Boing. Is that where I'm supposed to make the big old goose eggs joke? It's only one. I'm not seeing rocks. Not up there either. I'll just come back. Chew and chop. Or slice. Bouncing boobies. There you go. No, playing with the puppy. I don't see anything. Hold on. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I think I'm gonna run just a little bit late. Because why not? All right, I'm not gonna pop anymore. Ah, much better.
위험해요.
I can't swim with a stone, I know that, so that's not it.
참여하세요.
Not there either. There we go. Bag. There we go. We really need to start diving and getting stuff underwater. That's where you get the fish and shrimp and shit, which I've not been getting. Boost does not work underwater. What it did with wolves. Do not have. See, there you go. Slowly.
제가 나설 때군요. 영원한 빛으로 정확하게 쏘겠어.
Yep. I hate switching to the controller just for fights, but I'm just struggling. The keyboard mouse is better for like everything else. Maybe I need to just start off this way, so I don't get used to it the other way.
열어볼게.
Nope. If it works when you hit it, it flickers white, so you can tell pretty fast.
여신님의 이름으로. 자, 이 성스러운 힘. 지금 검세요.
No idea what that's for, but I'll take it. Apparently I need to change how my computer switches languages. There it is. That's why I was getting a weird pop-up. Well, I don't know how much I need the Japanese keyboard anymore. I haven't talked to anybody Japanese in such a long time. Probably forgot all of it. We all know how retarded I am. And, yeah, I forget things a lot. And languages is one of them. I was never good at it to begin with, and, I have no way to practice with. I didn't run for shit. Okay. Okay.
상자네. 도와드리겠습니다.
If I could knock him off, the water would kill him. Doubt it's gonna work.
여신의 이름.
Whoops. Not meaning to do that.
모두 치유해줄게. 자, 여신의 가오를 영원한 빛으로.
And dead.
참여하세요. 저지먼트. 어디 그래?
That worked. I do like the water death thing for the enemies. Laziness aside.
여신의 이름은 단주 참격 영원 구지.
We're done.
이걸로 끝이야. 다음 이틀 살려줘. 상처 입게 두지 않겠어. 참여하세요. 여신의 영광을 내리꽂혀라. 용서를 구하세요. 성스러운 힘, 지르세요. 자유의 일격, 참여하세요. 단주합니다. 참을 기도를 여신의 가오를 영원한 빛으로. 내가 도와줄게. 이제 아프지 않을 거야. 정례 사격으로 대응할게.
Landing in a place that's gonna have enemies that are way too hard.
용서치 않아. 힐링 서클! 나도 할 때 한다고!
I was about to change to him too. Oh well. Stunned me. Damn it.
이번에도 열심히 해볼게.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm at the point where I can rank up. There you are. But I'm not used to this controller yet, and I don't know why. I am stuck, unable to get used to it. Quest. Yep, that's the one. I'm gonna try it. Probably log off after that. Win or not. I am absolutely positive I can win. Just not like this. I don't know. Much easier away from now. Oh. Oops. Keep forgetting I need to use the animal. After 2 days of playing this, why do I still forget that? Whoops. There we go. Other than retardation. There's always that. Actually, what I need to do. I'm not gonna go in, I just want to activate it. Does not have another teleport point. I know there's stuff I have to do here, so. There's a lot of monsters here. To see if I have food. This, however, it will do. How many? 4. Okay. Where's 1? There's 2.
여신의 가오를 하지만
Does not need to be there.
여신의 이름으로 질서스 지리세요.
So the chainsaw. There's a chest here too. Ah, in there. That works. See, even that's the same thing Genshin. The same as Genshin. Same thing. These. Oops. I'm brilliant. Anyways, 2. Not seeing any here. Probably the other side. Probably have to fight for it too.
참여하세요. 영원한 빛으로.
Oh, there's 3. Find more that way. really doing this just for that teleport point. Less fighting I have to do on the way there, the better. I'm not seeing anything there. Yeah, I'll do that later. Oh, it's up there. Ooh, okay. I'll restore while I'm here. I need to change my language selection. I keep triggering it. That's not. If the boss wasn't there, I would have. Fought this, but try to avoid fighting this boss. But this is why I wanted that statue. Ah, God. He wouldn't do it. Ah, come on, you won't do it either. You suck. The game's pretty fun. I'm stuck on the controls. The controls are really, really weird on the controller. And keyboard is better, but I don't know. I just don't feel like I have the right amount of control. It's probably fine, but I'm retarded. So keep that in mind. But the game's cheap and it doesn't have gacha. Deck the cheap and no gotcha. That has definitely been a more recent game. Yeah, it's because Double A just... it has been doing better. But I think that's just what happens when you make games on a budget. Even Palworld thought that it might raise its price and ended up not doing it. And I think that's been helping him a lot. This is where I need a controller. I do not feel like I have enough control. I just can't explain it. Oh yeah, they've been missing the mark so much lately. I'm gonna take this chance just to go in. Level 20. Right, looks good. I've been in this place before. Go. Oh, there's only 3. I can take 3. Eh, 4, but he's an archer. I gotta get rid of him. Okay. Oh yeah, tons of them are taken for granted. And they need to go out on their own, find each other, and make better games. For cheap. And just straight up compete. If they're good enough, they can. Meet Sandfall Interactive. Holy shit, how did they make that thing for $10 million? I don't know how they did it. But he went down easy. I just need to keep pulling them away. I was able to fight them better. With a regular controller. I'm just struggling, and I don't know why. Alright, have fun then. This hopefully doing shit means having fun, not work. But I'm almost not here anyways. Okay, getting dead. do this.
슬슬 터치는 걸까? 성스러운 힘. 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게요. 자외의 일격. 자. 밤이 스플러자. 홀리 서클. 단지 참격. 용서를 구하세요. 자, 야.
I've got to get rid of him.
여신의 이름. 여신의 영광은. 자, 단지합니다.
What he found.
예상한 대로네. 여신의 가오를 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게. 자외의 일격. 성스러운 심판. 참여하세요. 영원한 빛으로. 자, 참외의 기도를. 홀리 서클. 여신의 이름. 자, 실성세세 터뜨리세요. 영원 구진 저지먼트. 자, 놓치지 않아.
Ooh. Okay. am trapped here. That's foot food. so-called action part. So I'd be able to make it in time.
용서를 구하세요. 참여하세요.
So I should have had a heal on there instead of just my resurrect. Oh well. Might make it anyways. I think I'm almost at a boss, aren't I? We want to get rid of the ads. It takes me all the way to the beginning. Shoot. Yep, have to fight all of them all the way there. Shoot.
폭탄은 넉넉하고
Only 2. It's for everybody. Think. I can warp here, heal, and warp back, so I'm not worried about that. Need to move those out of the way. So I accidentally hit one of the things. I'm gonna regret this, I know it. But, oh well. I did not mean to hit that one. Damn it. Oh. All right. Deep breath. Skip.
지점 사격! 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게! 얍! 얍! 다음 익스플로전! 얍! 슬슬 터뜨려볼까? 얍! 다음 익스플로전! 얍! 홀리 서클 잭박스 지키세요.
Alright, much better. Much better than last time. I sucked last time.
도와드리겠습니다.
Switch this from the beginning.
정례 사격으로 대응할게.
Okay.
놓치지 않아. 일제 공격. 이걸로 끝이야. 다음 입수 틀려줘.
In for a wedding?
슬슬 터뜨려볼까? 자, 참여하세요. 자, 진성을 검세요. 두번 들고 내려치기. 자, 여신의 영광을. 이미 폭탄에 불을 붙여버렸는데.
Doing way better.
놓치지 않아. 일제 공격. 한꺼번에 터뜨릴게. 자, 여신의 이름으로. 지세요. 저의 일격. 공중연사. 다음 입수 틀어줘.
come on. Getting better, but
여신의 이름으로 단지 참견 참을 기도해 언니 그래
we're close.
이걸로 끝이야 슬슬 터뜨려 볼까? 여신의 가오를 저지먼트 사랑스러운 힘 직접 광태요 자외의 일격 망설임 없는 단주는 이야 공중연사 한꺼번에 터뜨려 참여하세요. 지키세요. 누가 밀었어? 내 차례 아니잖아. 맛있어.
Four, three, two, one.
잘 먹었어.
모두 치유해줄게.
걸렸어. 뒤로 물러서세요.
Ooh, okay.
이곳도 부품의 정화가 끝났네요.
I did really bad on that. I could definitely do better with the controller on that. But like I said, for everything else, no. No.
사랑스러운 힘. 영원한 빛을. 상처 주지 않겠어.
Probably not gonna do this, but I want to try. Hit the wrong key. Then I finally hit the right one. And she dies. We wasn't prepared. Warp. This will let me go up to level 30. That'll let me do a whole lot more stuff. So is anybody still here? Or am I talking to myself? Because I'm gonna go. I think I made everybody go to sleep. Trainal. Velvet is max HP plus 50. Yes. Still can't claim that. Does the bird give me air dash? Don't care. Yeah, because that's air free dash. That's a charge jump. Boost jump. All familiars when moving on land. Okay. I'm gonna swap out to that. That or that one. Jump while climbing. You climb faster. I don't think so. Tempting, but I don't think so.
여신님의 인도가 우리를 안내할 거예요.
Right through.
작전 계획은 내가 세울게.
And how far I actually put that on first. Okay.
믿어줘서 고마워.
I'm not going up to level 30, but I want to see what the other characters do before I go higher than that. A couple of those characters actually sounded interesting. I'm not sure if I want to upgrade Luke, because Luke can actually do this. He called it a lingering heal, so it's gonna stick around longer than the heal that I had. But I need to make sure it's worth getting, because I think I only have one. Skill. That's not the one. Awaken. I have two. But you have to do it in order, so I'd have to get all 6. That sword grab. That sword grab's nice. Whoops. That's not what I meant.
저희 교단은 언제나 열려 있답니다. 용병단 자금 관리는 내게 맡겨줘.
They're on rolling bomb. Switch on. I just love how everything has a fire attack on it.
빛이 저를 인도했습니다.
See, those do not. Only a few of those do. So I don't count those. We'll count those. You actually use those. This is situational. That's a bond. So, alright. I'm going to look up some stuff, see if I like another character, and we might try this one more day. If I find that people just aren't really interested, I will go back to yapping more. We'll see how that goes. I mean, I had more stuff I could have talked about today. Lots more stuff. And I held off so that we could do this, and then I didn't get to the Karens at all. Even though I have 3 of those videos, I think. 2 or 3. No, 3. It's 3. So, I can talk if that's what everybody wants to watch me do. I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with that. I'm starting to get used to yapping longer and not having a sore throat. So, I'm good to go if that's what everybody wants. Just let me know. And I will do that instead. Because it seems like people are not that interested in this. I'll just play it on my own and I don't have to play it for 5 hours at a time or 3 hours at a time or whatever. I can just play it whenever I feel like it then. So I'm fine either way. I don't care what everybody wants is fine with me. I like having fun with this, but talking to everybody almost seems more fun for everybody else, and I can talk. I don't mind that. Hey, Elias. I hate to say this, but, I don't want to go. Sorry. I'm already an hour and a half past my normal time. I've been playing this. I've also been talking a lot and watching, Karen videos. Those are the police cams with crazy people. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, I am safe for work. So subscribe if that's something you like. If not, check me out next time I'm here. That is going to be on, what day to Sunday? That's going to be on Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. You'll just have to do the math on that, because I don't know what time zone you're in. Let me see if anybody's on. And I will send everybody over. It'd help if I was on the right window to start. That'd be good. Let's see who's here. Oh, Demi-Fiend's on. He's only been out an hour. Demi-Fiend's a good one. I am safe for work, but I don't mind sending people to people who come to me. Everybody else has been here for far too long. I bet they're probably gonna leave too soon. Except to Quilly. He never logs off. Okay. So I'm gonna send everybody over to Demi-Fiend. Like I said, I'll be here Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll probably be trying one more day of this. If everybody seems to just not be interested, everybody's quiet, everybody seems to leave, I'll go back to talking, because everybody does seem to like that when I yap about stuff and watch police cams and stuff like that. So, that said, let me switch everybody over, and then you just have to say hi to Demi-Fiend for me. Have a good night. Don't do whatever I would do. But for everybody else, no raids because nobody's really watching. So I'm gonna let you find whoever else you want to go to. Same with you guys though. We'll be back on Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Do the math. And I will see you then.